Good evening, good evening, good evening. Welcome back to The Real Precious. Welcome back, welcome back. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you are here, hit that like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. Tell a friend to tell a friend that we are live and we are having this conversation. We're going to get into a couple of things this evening, not a lot, just a little bit, Okay, we're not going to be here long, right, fellas? We're not going to be here long.
Okay, listen, chat. Y'all already know what that means. Prepare for a long but entertaining show.
We're not going to be here long. It's not going to be a long time. It's going to be a good time. But thank you guys so much for being here. Again, hit that like button if you are here. Let someone know that we're having the conversation. Share the video. Subscribe to the channel. Also subscribe to my other channel, Precious Gems. That's where clips of these long lives go. They go straight on over there. So definitely subscribe to that channel as well. We got some people in the chat already. Let's see who we got. We got J Dub. Good evening, good sis, Precious, the panel, the chat, and the mods. Really can't wait for this one. Juicy. Yeah, it's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one. Black Lexicon. I wish you started earlier, Precious Love. How you doing? I'm doing good. How are you? You just gonna have to catch the replay. If you catch the replay, make sure you hit that like button, okay? Tarika Smith is in the building. Evening, everyone. Please hit the like button as you come in. Definitely show the Cash App some love if you just so find it in your heart to do so. Champ Talk Reactions in the chat showing some love, saying tap in and hit the like button on the way in. We're going to get into, do you think women should be allowed to have the same dating freedom and options as high value men without judgment, or are there different standards for a reason? Drop your thoughts below. We definitely going to get into it. J-Dub is also here giving love to Champ Talk Reactions, Tarika Smith, Black Lexicon, Good Peoples, everyone in the chat. Fish in the Fit, how are you this evening, sir? Let's go. Who else we got up in here? All right, I see everyone is just showing some love. Hit that like button. All right, fellas, how you doing this evening? This Wednesday evening. It is Wednesday. I got the day wrong last week.
I'm good. I'm just chilling, enjoying the day, ready for the topic, see what we got cooking up tonight. And yeah, man, how y'all doing?
Still recovering, man. So yeah, this weekend my brother came down from Milwaukee. Well, him and the wife and his daughter. And so it was the first time in like 10 years all of us got together. My siblings, my two brothers, my sister. So we had a couple of graduations. So we went to the Chart House. Are you familiar with the Chart House? Mm-hmm. Nice. It's nice. It's nice. So we went there. That was Sunday. And then Monday, we went out to my sister's house for a cookout. Shit.
Nice.
Unfortunately, I can't eat like I used to or drink. But the great part about it is my daughter drove there and back. I sat my ass in the other seat, man. The only thing is her foot is like full metal jacket.
Yeah.
She's doing 80 miles an hour. I'm saying, Jesus Christ, but she could drive. But we had a good time. I had a really good time. So
okay.
It was my birthday on Monday.
Oh, happy belated. Oh, yeah. Last Monday?
Yeah, Monday just passed, yeah.
Okay, man, happy belated, bro. Yeah.
Family in town.
Yeah, me and my daughter, we share birthday.
Nice,
okay.
Nice. Mm-hmm. Did she get you anything crazy this year, or?
No. Actually, I buy the gifts, man. I'm a good gift giver. No, yeah, we had some. She got me something. Her and her mother, they got something for me.
Okay.
Whole bunch of stuff, you know. So it's all good. I don't even think about gifts. I always give them out, you know. So, but that's about mine. It was pretty nice. Another year.
Nice. Yeah,
How was your day?
my day was good. It was good.
Mhm.
Plain. I was off today, so this rain, kind of had me in a lazy mood today. Got some things done, but I was chilling for the most part of the day. Chilling for the most part of the day. All right, so we're going to get into some of these videos. I know some of the guys are going to just fall in. Of course, we dropped the link for anyone who wants to join the chat, so you can do that. Just be respectful, because if you're not, you're getting kicked out, and that's just that. But we will drop the link in the middle of the first video. I have 4 videos tonight. And we're going to talk about a few things. We're going to talk about Remy Ma and Papoose, because that's just
Lord Jesus Christ.
a stepfather who, is in a little bit of pain just from his stepdaughter's, some of her actions that she took for graduation. We have a woman. She looks like she's a middle-aged woman. She's asking a question of why men don't commit. And then we will be talking about the video of Cam Newton and Ace Metaphor, and how it's a double standard of women having their options. Men can have options, and women are looked down upon about having options. So we're going to get into it. So this first video I'm gonna bring to the stage. Kev on stage. I couldn't remember his name a couple of shows ago, but Kev on stage is reading a entry. Y'all know folks like to come to the internet. Just, what should I do? So a stepfather has come to the internet, and he is looking for advice. Kev on stage gives his advice, but before I play his, I'm going to pause the video and see what you guys think on this situation.
All right, let's do it.
I need to get something off my chest. Yesterday, my stepdaughter graduated, and I wasn't invited. I've been in her life since she was 4 months old. Married her mother when.
Hold on. No matter what I do, I think something happened a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago now, where StreamYard just plays the last video you played. All right, so here we go.
So also on the internet, I need to get something off my chest. Yesterday, my stepdaughter graduated, and I wasn't invited. I've been in her life since she was 4 months old. Married her mother when she turned 2. I've been there, consistent, showing up, providing, loving her like my own. But come graduation day, I wasn't given a seat. Like, word, they told me there were only 8 tickets. Let me tell you who made the list. My wife, her 2 sisters, her biological dad, her uncle, her grandma, her aunt, and her boyfriend. 8 tickets, and I wasn't one of them. Bet. I've been sitting with that pain all day. I took time off work. 3 days gone. I drive trucks. That's money and time I can't get back. And still I got left out. So today I made some decisions. I removed her from my car and health insurance, took her off everything I've been covering, told her mother, and she's grown and graduated, she can go stay with her father, the one she made room for over me. Now there's tension in my house. Emotions are high, but I'm standing on what I feel. Because the truth is, I'm hurt, not mad, just deeply, genuinely hurt. I don't need any applause. I just need to speak my truth. Thanks for listening. Here's my thought.
I can't stand when men say I gotta speak my truth. This shit bothers me.
Why?
Because it sounds it's some shit a woman would say. I mean, if I slipped up and say that, I want somebody to slap me.
It ain't that serious.
Listen, okay, I'm old. And listen, if y'all can't have it both ways. You can't bring me into the new century and call me old every other time. You don't talk like that shit, man. I can't get used to it. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's what you mean. It's really neither here nor there. It's just me, personal prep. No, not a big deal for sure. But still slap me anyway.
Good evening, Coach Ferg. How are you?
Come on, Coach.
Thanks so much for being here. So, Coach Ferg, you kind of came in kind of the middle of the video.
I think I saw it sometime,
but in the video, Kev on stage is reading an insert from a stepfather who writes in about his stepdaughter not inviting him to her graduation.
Yeah, I saw that.
You saw that one? Wow.
He has been taking care of her since she was 2 years old. and she invited the mom, the biological father,
Yeah.
grandparents, you
Yeah.
know, everyone, her boyfriend, everyone pretty much except for the man who you know came in and took care of her and raised her.
Mhm.
So what do you guys think about that? Do you think that she, you know, pretty much said, okay, let my biological father have this time with me, celebrate this accomplishment in my life? How could she have handled that a little bit better if you feel like she could have?
Who wants to go first?
Was she graduating high school or college?
I believe it was high school.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. I think it was high school from the initial. Yeah.
I think it was
I think it was high school because
high
she was young. Okay. So, you know, she's at fault to some degree, but most of the fault is on moms
Mhm.
and on him too. He's not innocent because, again, you've been with this woman and this child since the child was calling you daddy growing up. At some point, somebody told her you ain't the daddy, but you still chose. So at least, so again, these modern people, y'all kill me because y'all smarter than us old school, but y'all asses didn't say shit about when the baby's getting older and we're gonna let the baby know who the daddy is. Graduation coming up. What's the how many tickets? My mama want to come. How many tickets you get? Because they get tickets. Oh, I'm gonna give a ticket to my daddy. Oh, what the hold up? What the fuck you mean? Well, I mean, why is the conversation not had? I mean, I don't know. I mean, everybody, the kid, she's a kid. It's just unfortunate that he's invested in this kid, and she'll probably make bad decisions, like her mom and the father. But again, I tell my son, do not become a baby daddy, and be very cautious dating a baby mom. You get what you get. I ain't gonna be mad at her if I'm telling you today, 5 years down the road, you in love with her. Okay, her baby daddy come over. He ain't no punk. He know how to box. He like to box. His life ain't shit. What you think he gonna do? And you can't say nothing to his child. So you make the choice. You get what you get. But yeah, I mean, the kid, she's a kid, graduate. I would have been divvying out them tickets. He wouldn't have got none. But if he was paying child support, does he get a ticket? So
you wouldn't have given the biological father a ticket at all. He just wouldn't have been in the number.
No. Listen, I'm a guy. Listen, I dated some baby mamas. Wasn't nothing wrong, but it dictates how I go. I want your slow kid to have a relationship with the father, because I know I ain't investing all the way in it to the end. That was just my frame of thought at the time. I understood that, you know what I'm saying, he can come over. I see him in the car. Y'all don't know what, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got to communicate. So I wasn't going to be tripping. But yeah, get the kid acting out. Go let him talk to his daddy. I work with kids every day. They need their daddy.
Right.
But after 18 years, he should have got the respect from both to say, thank you for supporting me. Your mother, thank you. You know what I'm saying? But instead, you getting it the day, you know what I'm saying? It ain't like they had the conversation. Now he's just reacting to what's already been done. So it's a bad deal.
I see the chat weighing in. You guys let us know. Should the biological father have gotten a ticket? Should he have not gotten a ticket? Maybe some persons got tickets that shouldn't have got tickets. Y'all weigh in. Arpane, what you think?
First of all, this guy married a woman and her box wasn't even healed yet.
The boyfriend
from the 2-month-old baby.
Yeah, he was there.
Years.
No, he met her when he said the baby was 2 months old, didn't he? When he first met her.
2 years.
They got married when she was 2 years old.
2 years old. He met her at 2 months, married at 2 years. Okay. Yeah.
You know, I think I heard the 2 months and then married. I think the kid was 2 years old when he married.
Oh, well, that's on him.
He met her when
Hold on.
Let's go ahead. Maybe I'm wrong, but let's hear the beginning.
You could be right. I could be wrong.
So also the internet, I need to get something off my chest. Yesterday, my stepdaughter graduated and I wasn't invited. I've been in her life since she was 4 months old. Married her mother when she turned 2. I've been there, consistent, showing up, providing, loving her like my own. But come graduation day, I wasn't given a seat. Like word, they told me there were only 8 tickets. Let me tell you who made the list. My wife.
Wow.
Hold up. Can we hear who made the list real quick?
Yes.
Wow, the mom, I think.
Her 2 sisters, her
Take it back a little bit. Oh my goodness.
Mom, 2 sisters.
They told me there were only 8 tickets. Let me tell you who made the list. My wife, her 2 sisters, her biological dad, her uncle, her grandma, her aunt, and her boyfriend. 8 tickets, and I wasn't one of them. Bet. Wow. I've been sitting with that pain all day. I took time off work. 3 days gone. I drive trucks. That's money and time I can't get back, and still I got left out. So today I made some decisions. I removed her from my car and health insurance, took her off everything I've been covering, told her mother, and she's grown and graduated. She can go stay with her father, the one she made room for over me. Now there's tension in my house. Emotions are high, but I'm standing on what I feel. Because the truth is, I'm hurt, not mad. Just deeply, genuinely hurt. I don't need any applause. I just need to speak my truth. Thanks for listening. Here.
All right, so you really just finished. I'm gonna finish my thing here. So 4 months. Listen, I could see this. You know, one of the things I think I'm well suited for, just like anybody else. I've dated baby mamas before. You know, so I know the situation. I liked them too, but it was just no way we could get any further. But the person I would be the most mad at is her mother.
Mm-hmm.
The little kids are stupid, right? Her mother should have never allowed her to make a list that didn't include her stepfather on. Period. And I would be livid at my wife for actually letting that happen. And then I would go head down to her and everything else. What he did in retaliation it's okay, but it's a retaliation. That means his whole life with this family was a lie. His whole life was a lie. So there's more to the story. She's had to be disrespecting him at some point all the way through that. Because it's unfathomable that at this big day, they got all kinds of like hangers on at the damn thing, but he don't get a seat. That shit don't even sound right. It just sounds like something's already broken. He says, well, there's tension in the house. There's probably been some shit in the house that he wasn't recognizing all along. But that's another cautionary tale. Make your own legacy. That's what men should do. Just make your own legacy, you know. Unless the kid's a little older, where the attachment is kind of different. The kid's 14, 15 or whatever, and you meet a woman, and that's one thing. But, and the husband is still, it also means that the husband, her husband, did she say her husband went? The stepfather was there too, right? No, hit the father, the biological father. So I bet you the biological father was probably still busting out the mother too. I mean, because I believe so.
You always go there. You always.
Okay, Press. Here's my thing. I'm gonna shut up on this one. I'm gonna land it on this. One of the things I realize about women, right, that I think is true, that sometimes the guy who is safe is the person that they're most familiar with, even if they're not 304s. So there's a lot of ladies who will break up with a dude that she knows they just can't be together. So she got the itch. She'll go over to his house because she knows it's like a contained bubble. Mm. So she'll have sex with that guy. So who more than a person you gave the biggest gift in your life to than the baby daddy, right? So you can't be together, but I even like you, but we ain't gonna be married. So you know what? Shit, I'm itching. Come scratch this shit. Ain't nothing to it. I'm leaving, so don't think nothing of it. That shit happens all the time. Mm. Happens all the time. So anyway, I'm done. Poor dumb bastard. That's all I can say for you. Poor dumb bastard.
Crazy. It's a tough situation, but if you're gonna go into a marriage, marrying a woman who has a 4-month-old child, you know, starting off dating her from that age, marrying her when she's, you know, when the kid is 2, you invested a lot of time into that kid's growing, that kid's upbringing, that kid's health and wealth, and just making sure this kid, education, all these good things. You're making sure this kid comes up right. And this is something that, that should be thought about at any given time, because that regardless, like even though that kid may view you as their parent, they may view you as mom, they may view you as dad, at some point in time they're going to yearn for their real father, their real mother. They're going to want to know who they are, right? And if that relationship goes well, then y'all relationship, as far as the family, it may expand into the village, like that we say that we, the village that we say that we should be raising our children in, or that it takes to raise a kid in anyway, right? But you can't make the damn village and create the village and then forget about me, the person, you know what I'm saying, the person who was there. And this has happened plenty of times. I remember they were talking about a young lady who was raised by her stepfather from a very, very young age. The dad wasn't there. She met the dad when she was about 16 or 17. She got married at like 19 or 20, and then she asked the real dad, the real father, to walk her down the aisle. Like, and the stepdad paid for the wedding and was doing it. So he was like, yo, like, it's time for me to go. You know what I'm saying? Like, so these type of situations are crazy as hell to me. I definitely think that, the father should be involved, but I think I was a little thrown off because at the end it said her auntie and her boyfriend. So I wasn't sure if that was like her auntie's boyfriend or the young lady's boyfriend.
I think the young lady's boyfriend.
Lady's boyfriend.
Okay, so if that's the case, like, yeah, so now, you know what I'm saying, one of them gotta miss, like, and it's okay, like, if the dad is there, we're there, like, I got it, that's fine, but one of them gotta miss. Y'all gonna have to tune in on on the link, y'all can watch, y'all can support, y'all, we gonna go out, we gonna have a graduation celebration after this, come and join, come and send her off, have a great time, but one of y'all gotta miss. And and the mom got to make sure she set that from the jump. So I think that the mom failed her in this situation. Sure, you can want your dad there, but this man who done raised you and done all this and been here and made sure we was good, like you didn't cried on this man's shoulder. He didn't pick you up when you was trying to ride a bike. No, we not leaving him off the list. Your little raggedy ass auntie can get left off the list. You feel me?
Say
I mean, no, it might be her favorite auntie. My auntie, my favorite person.
Frank, it was the auntie's boyfriend too.
No,
No,
I
it's
thought they were saying no. I thought they were saying it was
the auntie's
the young
boyfriend.
lady's
Yeah, but
girl.
they just put him last.
Okay, yeah, well, they should have said her boyfriend first, because that threw me off too. I said, damn, the auntie's boyfriend got the pull up. Nah, but yeah, that's crazy as hell, though. I definitely would feel some type of way. And I probably would, I'm not even gonna hold you. I probably would have done the exact same thing. All right, cool. You 18, you graduated. I took cool. Now you on your own. I'm like, your mom and your dad now. You know what I mean? It don't mean that I just want you to know, like, right? It don't mean that I might not ever do nothing for you again or nothing like that. But you chose who you wanted over me, everybody over me. Like, you chose your grandma over me, which is, I get it. Grandma is grandma. You chose your auntie over me. You choose your boyfriend over me. You know what I'm saying? You didn't chose your dad over me. You didn't damn. So yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I thought it was the mother's fault. That's why I think that's the
Yeah,
mother.
it definitely is the mother's fault. But what makes me like raise my eyebrows is like the mother and the stepfather are married, and you get word of graduation at least a month in advance, which means you're planning in advance and you're buying the things that's needed for graduations and end of the year celebrations. And so why was it even easy for the mom to exclude her husband, which is her child's stepfather? Like, to me, that's very weird. Like, you just don't up and say, oh, this person that's been taking care of you is not invited whatsoever. We have all these other people in line before him, and he's not included. She had to know that that was going to hurt him in some way, some capacity. And if she didn't think about that, then I know that he let, he's pretty much giving all of his, he's taking his covering pretty much off of his stepchild. But at the same time, he should be looking at his wife a little crazy. Like he didn't mention, that he said what he said is Rocky, but at the same time, before he went to go take the stepdaughter off of any insurance and things of that nature, he probably should have had a talk and everything with the mom, or even if you want, we talk about village, have a talk even with the father, saying, look,
No,
I don't know where, not one-on-one, but all of them together, because at the end of the day, you did step up and take care of this child. And no matter where the father was or wasn't, he is going to be at this pivotal point in her life. So, I know everybody is not mature and on the same, level when it comes to communicating and having a focus in mind instead of a feeling, because your feelings are going to tell you that, what do I need to talk to them for? What do we need to communicate for? But at the end of the day, the focus is making sure that the child is taken care of and the child didn't actually be in any of the circumstances whatsoever. So that's where I'm like, what kind of mom would even think that excluding the person that took care of this girl is even a viable option at all, like whatsoever? Like how it, did y'all get into a volatile argument or disagreement? Like,
She don't respect him. She don't respect him. She doesn't respect her husband.
well, yeah, that's clear. That's clear.
Sure.
That's clear.
There's no deeper than that. I think it's just no deeper than that. She doesn't respect him because there's no way this event would have happened without me having a ticket.
Right.
Not and especially if my wife isn't the first one telling her daughter, listen, you shut up, he's coming. And the fact that she has to do that would make me mad, but his wife doesn't respect him because she's probably done stuff like this where it's just him. He's a simp anyway. He took me on when my stitches wasn't even healed. And and he had to wait 6 months before we could even consummate whatever we had going on, because I just had you.
6 months?
Huh?
Nobody waiting no damn 6
Well,
months.
if she don't like you with 6 months.
6 weeks.
It ain't 6 months, it's 6 weeks.
Yeah, well, 6 months for this guy because he was a nerd. He should have thought the first clue because he had to wait for 6 months. Listen, all I'm saying is I know I'm being a little facetious. It's just, his whole life came in front, 18 years or whatever, of knowing that you're not respected in one fell swoop. That has to be a real big blow.
Easy.
Especially if you're driving the roads. Can you imagine? The only thing you're thinking about, you're over in Podunk, Illinois, and some shit like that, driving down a slippery mountain, thinking about getting home to your family, and they look at you with contempt. Just bring that money home, you stupid bastard.
It's mountains in Illinois. I'm tired of you right now, RP.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, man, come on. I can't imagine. I'm taking it far, but I can't imagine the hurt.
Yeah.
If you just empathize with the hurt.
I couldn't imagine.
Boyfriend probably could have been left out because he may not be permanent. Yeah, he probably definitely could have been left off. He could have been one of the ones that just watched from the in the video. Yeah. Boyfriend didn't need a ticket. JD Red Morgan, thank you so much for joining the show. He says there is more to the story than that. He may be feeling he's more in their life than he actually is. He says he drives trucks. Is he ever there? It should have been the mom that told her.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah, someone who drives trucks is never really
That's what I'm
repaired.
saying.
So like Arpane was saying, yeah, he could have just been the bank for the family, and they and who knows what kind of relationship she had with her father. It could be her biological father. It could just been a situation where her and him didn't necessarily work out, but at I, for him to get a ticket, there has to be some type of relationship there with his daughter. It has to be
Oh, yeah, very strong, good one. Probably a real
And
strong
and and like I have homies, I have boys who are truck drivers. I mean, you get to choose which load that, like the loads that you want to pick up, the locations that you want to go to. You get to pick those. You get to choose those. It's not like they call you and just tell you that you got to choose the loads. You call and you find out what loads that you want to choose to take based off of how much money you gonna make off of that
one.
load. And
Okay.
so I'm sure that this man, that this guy made sure that he was gonna be there for her graduation.
Now I'm not talking about the grad. I'm
Like,
just talking about through her life.
no,
He's been
no.
probably been on the road.
Yeah. I'm sure. But even if, like, if you know what I'm saying, like, I think my boy would take loads, like, you know what I'm saying. There would be times that he would be gone for, like, through the week, but more of the times than not, he would choose places that were close, like Nebraska, 4.5 hours away, or Oklahoma City. That way he can be back. You know what I'm saying, and then he wouldn't have to work for a few days and then go again. But at the same time, though, man, it's still like, you still put time into that. You still
No,
put
no
time
doubt.
into that relationship. You still put time into that young lady. You made sure she had food, a roof over her head. You made sure she had clothes for school. It's just you put in the work. And so, like, it's just no way. Like, that man should have received a ticket. Even if he wasn't there, he should have had a ticket.
Oh, yeah,
You feel me? We'll give this ticket away if you're not here. Like, he should have been one of the first people on the list. Number one, he married your mom. He made your mom an honest woman. Like, you know what I'm saying? When he didn't have to. And then he took care of you when he didn't have to. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just being real about the situation. That shit is crazy as hell, man.
Yeah, but the mother, the daughter, and the father, biological father, sound like they had a good relationship.
Yeah, when that's perfectly fine.
Which you should have, and that's another reasons why being a stepdad is a bad deal, because you really have to have a relationship with her biological father. You know, really. You know, if I'm gonna love a woman, I want to love her last boyfriend who's been banging her out, man. Why would I want to do that? I mean, it's just crazy to me. And so this, you know what? I mean, of course, it's this unconditional love. Like, she's the only woman in the whole world, and if I don't have her, my life is over. I mean, I feel sorry for men who feel that way. You know, but still, that's a deal breaker. I don't want to know who your past lovers are, especially if you gave them the greatest gift you could possibly give a man, which is a kid. So it's just crazy. It's just crazy to me. We got a lot of crazy ass men out there.
Do you feel the same the other way around if a man has a kid? And
that's not for the woman to say. There's a lot of women who don't want men with babies. There's a lot of women out there who don't want men with kids, and they're perfectly fine for them to say that. That's perfectly fine for them to say that. I have no problem with that.
Yep. Yeah. I agree.
J-Dub says if the daughter and the real father has some sort of close relationship, guess it was cool for him to get a ticket too. Yeah, I don't think it was a problem with him getting a ticket. It just
that's not the issue.
That father probably felt like he was being used.
Yeah. He was used.
Yeah, that's a good one though.
It's no problem getting the father a ticket, but you talk about aunties and the aunties' boyfriends and all that. Man, you sit your little slow ass down. You ain't going, motherfucker.
Facts, man.
He probably helped put in on the graduation gift, prom and shit, man.
Car and car and all that.
Everything. You stub your toe and you stub your knee. I put the Band-Aid on with the, you know what?
Picked a little slow ass up from school, took her to practice. Made her some food, gave her a little bath and shit, cleaned
Yeah,
up.
probably braided. Well, maybe not that one, but braided her hair and stuff like that.
Now, he might have braided her hair. I know how to braid shit. The
Oh,
hell
my
with you,
daughter! I
little
braided
sister.
my kids' hair, man. My daughters never let me forget that shit.
Right, right.
Man.
I'm not saying that the stepfather was he couldn't have been a bad guy.
He was a good
Because
guy.
he married the wife, but it doesn't, or the mom, but it doesn't necessarily mean that she had a close relationship with him, because
Man, it don't matter. But
I
that
know
don't matter.
I hear you, but hear me. Okay. It may not matter, and a man may say it may not matter because you are giving your resources to this child. Again, the child did not ask to be there, therefore the child doesn't feel like they necessarily owe you anything.
Wow.
I'm just being real with you, okay?
Didn't the child even thinking that matter if
I'm just saying that there are some children that don't agree with a step parent, or they don't agree with somebody else coming in and being with their mom and taking care. So, him breaking his back, being a truck driver, we can all say this from an adult level. From a parent level, but to think about it on the child level, because Frank, you work with children. I used to work with children. Coach Ferg, you work with children. Thinking about it from the child's level and what their reality is he's not my real parent. And I'm not saying that that's a good perspective to have, but that's a perspective that a child will have at their childish level. And so I'm not saying that the stepfather shouldn't have been there. However, if the mom didn't consider the stepfather being there, there had to be some type of conversation with the daughter to say, you truly want to be there to celebrate your graduation with you. And I think that the mother could have taken into consideration that the daughter really wanted her biological father to be.
Yeah, I agree with Black Lexicon. Like, I think that you don't like, even if you don't agree, you don't like me, we're not close. Like, you gotta respect the fact that that I put in on this. Like, I put in on this, and to be there from, like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
4 months.
I have watched, like, I have been working with kids for a good minute, but at the same time, like, when you see like step parents normally who are there from that young of an age, like, even at sometimes, like, at some point in time, that kid starts to call that person daddy, or that person,
No doubt.
yeah. So, like, that, because they're seeing that person every day. They're seeing
As a
that person,
father.
and so and maybe once they get like 8, 5, 7, 6, they start going to their, they start really being around their dad. Then they start to understand. But even if, like, I know people who will be like, yo, like, that's your stepdad. I'm your, I'm with, like, I'm daddy. You got a bonus parent, whatever the case may be. But normally, like, from that young of an age, like, I haven't seen it be that drastic. Now, I have seen it when you come in and that kid is like 8 already, 9, 10, 11, 12. Then that kid say, well, you're not my dad, you're not my mom. Like, yeah, I've definitely seen that. But damn, but normally 4 months, like, around that, even if it was like a 1-year-old
Come on,
kid,
man. Right.
like, normally at some point in time, that, because that kid is hearing other people call the man daddy,
Yeah.
so they're like, dad, and even if they have other children, even if that kid is not his and they have other children and they hear the older kids calling him daddy, then that younger kid is gonna call him daddy. Like, it just ends up working out that way. And so but that's crazy, man. I would be.
Other kids, she has some siblings, right?
Yes,
She had 2 sisters.
So that was probably by him then.
No, not necessarily, because they were older. He came in
like they were older.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Previous, okay.
I mean, or they could have. I mean, they could have been his. I mean, you don't know, because
no. And see, Precious, these type of situations are putting the younger man at the mindset that they are. Right? They want to be good guys. He came in, thought he was doing something honorable. committed 18 years of his best years to her and her slow ass kids, right? That's all I'm saying. And like Frank said, he was a father to her daughter, her father. There all of that, paying bills, washing dirty clothes, cleaning up after them, doing things that, and listen, just out of respect. But again, somewhere along that line, the baby daddy, that ain't your real daddy. I'm your daddy. The auntie, that ain't your daddy. The cousin that don't like him because of any man in the house. Precious, you know, a father in the house, what is he going to bring? He's going to bring order and discipline. He's going to bring it. Now most teenagers acting out like they do until daddy or mama get in their tail. Now she's mad because he told her she couldn't go to the mall. She go tell her auntie them, and guess what? That ain't your real daddy anyway. Don't tell him I told you. Now you coming back home looking at me crooked-eyed and shit, and I'm trying to figure it out. And the mama, she just going through some things, but y'all just talked about me over sipping box wine and smoking weed last week. So that's the thing, and this is where young men are having an issue. Because they seeing like this guy done put in these times, and for younger guys like Frank, like hell no.
Nah, man. Look, listen. When I was in this situation from, when my daughter, when my daughter was conceived and born, right? Her mom had, a daughter. I think her daughter's just like a year and a half older than Janai. So yeah, man. Like her dad, came back into her life when she was like 3, 4. And the first thing he did was call me. He was like, "Hey, listen, man, you've been taking care of my daughter, bro. Like, I just want to reach out to you, tell you thank you. You know what I'm saying?" And he was straight up like, I don't know how you feel about it. I know that she may call you dad sometimes, but if she can call you, if she can call you dad, bro, because you've been there. He was like, she can call you pops because you've been there. Like, maybe she called me dad and she called you pops or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? That was the coolest shit that ever happened, bro. I was like, because you know what I'm saying, you wouldn't expect that, but then just to hear him, he was a little bit older than me. So to hear him be like, bro, like, because you've been there, you've been holding it down. So, you can be pops. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I'll be dad, or you be dad, I'll be pops. Like, either way, like, but you know what I'm saying? She got 2 of us. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, nah, she called me Papa John. So I was like, yo, just, you know what I'm saying? Just, yeah. I said, just, that's what she called me. So she gonna rock out that way. That's what we gonna do. But, yeah. And cause I respected it. I was like, nah, bro, like, you trying to have a relationship with your daughter. Like, I think she should call you pops, man. I think she should call you dad, man.
Do you still see her? That's your daughter's older sister.
Yeah, I don't see. She lived with him, but she moved back. Well, she moved with him when she was like 7, and then she lived out. But what she did on her 18th birthday, she called me and she was like, I'm thinking about going to the army. I'm thinking about going to the military. Can you help me find some recruiters?" Like, her dad is retired from the military. Her mom is retired. Her mom was in the military, and she called me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I need your help. Like, and I'm looking at some colleges. What kind of colleges do you think I should look at? So
Nice. That's
I
cool.
thought
See,
that was dope. Yeah.
There are certain people that you have certain comforts with, and they don't have to be your biological family. They could be your biological family. Those are the dynamics and sometimes the difficulties in some people's families. You have a man who came in who said, "Hey, look, I'm going to take care of you and your child." And the child may not have a relationship that is reflective of the care that you guys say that this man took, over this girl. Yes, he came in and paid the bills. Y'all are men, so y'all already know it's resources, it's time, it's things that I don't have to give, things that you do not have to give. You didn't have to give it to the wife, you didn't have to give it to the daughter, but you did it. and because you did it there is a hurt there when it's not appreciated in a way of getting a ticket for graduation. Um, but there's definitely something going on in that situation, and I think that the mom is just as responsible, because at the end of the day, you know, the kids don't really determine, where all them tickets go.
Exactly.
It's not, it don't necessarily go that way unless you have this relationship with your child where it's just like, oh, whatever they say goes. But at the end of the day, as a parent, you do want the most influential people there. And I think that the stepfather has been very influential. Even if they didn't have a close relationship, he showed her what it looks like to stay. He showed her what it looks like to have a man in the house. He showed her what it looks like to have a man who covers a home and provides for a home. And kids just do not understand that at the age and vantage point that they are in. And that's for the adult to, when they say raise your children, that's part of raising your children. You can't just look like the example. You also have to, be very communicative in that, exchange of parental parentally raising your children and them being in different relationships, them going into relationships as they get older. Those are just things that you kind of just throw into conversations with them as you're raising them, as you have your everyday interactions with them.
Yep. I got a question for y'all real quick before we get ready to move on and all that. So if it's a son, it's a boy in this situation, and he get to be about 16, 17, and he tell you, our pain, you not my dad, Coach Ferg, you not my dad. And then, on the flip side, she gets to be about 15, 16, smelling herself, and she tell you, hey, Precious, you not my mama. Like, how are y'all handling that situation?
Oh, sometimes you gotta have
You sound like he's about to say the strength of God.
for real.
Like, I gotta hold myself back.
For real, because what is being stated is facts. I'm not your mama. Like sometimes you have to get out of your own feelings so that another person can experience things that you may have already experienced. Certain things that maybe you didn't go through, or maybe you didn't get the chance to experience. Sometimes you gotta be selfless when it comes to children. There are times where you have to be selfless. You can't be all up in your head and all up in your feelings because a kid said something that was facts to you.
That wouldn't hurt. That wouldn't hurt a little bit though if you've been taking care of them.
It definitely would hurt. See, golly, I just come from such a different background.
Oh yeah.
I do. Like, I was in foster care. I was adopted. Like, I can sit in the seat of almost every child, honestly. Like, you know what I mean? I can empathize with a lot of the feelings that children go through. And whereas people that have not gone through certain experiences have this is how I would act, this is how I would feel, this is how I would, and that's cool. That's what you would do. That's fine and dandy. But at the same time, things like this are so complex that if you don't go through certain situations, you're ignorant to the fact that there are certain temperaments and certain feelings and certain things that are going to hurt your feelings. Even people who adopt children, it's like you may feel a certain way, but you have to put your feelings aside too, because that child also has feelings. So the mere fact that I raised you, yes, I may have raised you, but you're not my child. I did that out of if you're doing something out of the pureness of your heart, you have to know that there's going to be a time where this child is going to walk away. I have raised this child and I have done everything that I can for this child, but at the end of the day, they're going to become their own person. And certain things are called growing pains for a reason. It's a growing pain for a reason. You're supposed to grow from it, but it's not always going to feel good. Sometimes you're going to hear the plain truth and nothing but the truth, and it's not going to feel good because it's not filled with, you know, flowery lies. It's not filled with, you know, things that feel good. And so sometimes you have to put those feelings aside, and you got to keep it moving in life. And that's the same way with that child experiencing where they're going to have to keep it moving in life, and it may not feel good, but the truth is the truth, and you get paid to learn how to get through it and get out of your feelings.
I think you got it. You know, mine is quick. It just depends on the context of what they said. You're not my father.
They just said you're not my father because they was upset at you. Y'all going.
It depends on the context and how I would react to that. If I was saying, listen, it's 10 o'clock tonight, man. You ain't going outside. You're not my father. That's one thing. But if I was telling him to do something that has some kind of future altering kind of decision on his life, like where he might go or something like that, then the context of that may make me take a step back. But I don't care if I'm your father or not. You're not going outside at 10 o'clock.
Your mama said take the trash out.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, he's taking
your mama said take the trash out, RP.
He's taking the trash.
I mean, what do you mean?
No, I'm saying
check what I'm saying. Go outside to hang out. If he wanted to go outside and hang out at 16, at 10, I'm saying no, not tonight. You're not my dad. I'm gonna win that argument. But if it was some other kind of decision, you know, that makes sense, but it may take me some course. You know, I ain't your father. You probably need to talk to him about that. No, I might. If I'm in my right mind, I think I would handle it different. I wouldn't. I probably wouldn't be so hurt about the situation because I think context would matter.
But I mean, it's a straight up fact. If somebody said that, you're right. I'm not. Now what? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I probably would say that, but
right.
the concept of how
you still ain't going out though.
Shit, my kids got older. You know, they started challenging some of the things I said when they got older. You know, but it wasn't that disrespectful. But you're right, Precious. If it's true that I'm not your father, now then what?
Right. I know that, and you know that. However, in my house, there are rules that you have to follow. Of what they're giving you, it's like, okay, like you're stating facts here. You know, what was that supposed? Was that supposed to hurt my feelings? Sometimes, like they say things that try to cut you deep, and you're the adult. So you have to, you know, really get to a place where it's just like, okay, what was the purpose? If the purpose of you saying that was to hurt my feelings, it didn't accomplish that. My feelings are
that's 2 days. That's 2 days later. That's the response I'm giving 2 days later. In the moment, listen, in the moment.
Precious said 2 times. Precious said 2 times 2 equals 4. We both gonna bring up some shit that don't matter.
So what's your immediate thing, Coach Fern? You grab me by the collar?
Because see, listen, I grew up in a time where, you know, responses were warranted, and sometimes I would give a petty response to that dumbass statement he just made. Hopefully, because if I've dated women with children, and if I felt in my feelings during those relationships, if I believed that we were getting to a point where we were going to be hanging out with our children together, then I'm not your daddy, but I am a coach. I like to do shit. I like to ride a bike. He is like, I'm going to fly you a kite. We're going to get out there. I'm going to teach you how to fly a kite, throw a curveball. I'm going to teach you how to swim if you slow ass can't swim. I'm taking you to the pool, and I'm going to dunk your ass right over on the side. You okay? Get them boogers out. I'm going to get you together, but again, that's just me. And if a kid said that in the moment, I'm quick on my feet. You right. I ain't your daddy. I ain't got to buy you no Christmases, no birthday. I ain't got to do none of that. You right. Remember these statements. But again, you know, I'm having a conversation when we together as a family with the mother. That would be my thing. Listen, you know, I'm this type of guy. You ain't kids ain't hang. Look, when I go to bed, the whole house is going to bed. Night, night. Ain't nobody going out 10:30, then you ain't on the phone. I'm old school. You ain't on the phone at 11. You ain't continue to walking in and out of the kitchen all night, eating up all the snacks. You ain't doing none of that shit. Your room has to be clean. You're a 16-year-old boy. Your room gotta be clean. I don't believe in smelly rooms, shutting the door. No, I ain't with all that, but that's me. And I never really had problems with women that I've really wanted to be in a relationship and had kids like that, because I'm not even committing to that. If I come in there and see your kid and your house is out of whack and you have a teenage children, everybody walking around look like they stink. It's as far as me and you going is that moment when I leave. I ain't coming back to that. I've always been I had sisters. So I always understood the importance of women, you know, that being clean. And my mom, when we were all teenagers, she didn't clean. She didn't shit. She barely. She cleaned the food. Like my grandfather used to go fishing. She cleaned the wild animals and shit he used to bring in. But as far as doing work around the house, 7 soldiers, top to bottom. Military, get that. You missed 2 spots. Go back and get both of them.
That was my mom.
But again, to me, I'm that type of guy. And kids, like I catch them young. Your baby can't ride a bike at 5. Goddamn it, 6, 7. He's riding the bike. He's out there running around in the street. You ain't sitting up under the house. No, get outside, sit on the porch in the sun. Goddamn it, you need some vitamin D in you anyway. But that's just me. So
that's me. I don't get your ass outside.
16 years old. You're gonna be doing push-ups and lifting weights around me, taking out garbage, all that.
All in all, because teachers aren't, you know, the kids' parents, right? Like, so that's just such a statement that you could just say to anybody that's not your parent, right? Like, you're not my parent, you're not my mom, you're not my dad. However, there is someone appointed to instill structure, order, discipline, and if that's not adhered to, then you have a problem, whether I'm your mom, your dad, or not. Like, you know, if I'm the person appointed to set that order in your life, then, you know, you as a child, you do have to respect it, even if you may not like it. And that's why I was saying that with children, their vantage point, they don't see the importance of that and how that will help them in their future. They're just thinking about their present and their now, because they just don't have enough of the lived experience. But we're gonna move on from that video. I was gonna play the rest of it, but it's just Kev on stage's reaction to the video, and I think that we, you know, got enough reaction.
Oh, we can't hear what he got to say. Woo!
Sure.
I'm about to say,
you just want this to be 5 hours long.
Oh, my bad. You know what, my bad.
I'm just
That's funny as hell.
No, I'll play it.
Here's my thought. You had it in the first half. Your feelings are valid. The best play you could have done is to sat her down and said, hey, you not choosing me really hurt my feelings. I've been there your whole life. I did X, Y, and Z, and not being able to go to your graduation really hurt my feelings. Man, it's really hard to say that hurt my feelings, especially to your children, but it's a really effective way to make people feel bad, because you feel bad. The truth is you feel bad. But because men have a hard time expressing ourselves, you went the vindictive route. And all you really did to me is prove to her that she made the right choice. Because you went vindictive. You went, hey, you want to be grown? Well, you got the insurance. You get the car, go stay with him since you chose him over me. She had 7 of the 8 tickets. The people were biologically related to her. The right person to go after was the boyfriend. Like, hey, y'all, I know y'all think y'all in love, but y'all might not be together in 5 years. He ain't raised you. Let that boyfriend be upset with you. That's the right choice. And I'm telling you, as a husband, as a man who grew up not able to express himself, who is learning, it's a really effective tool to say, hey, that hurt my feelings. You telling Proud Black Fathers post that you mad, tell that baby. And the thing is, sometimes kids don't understand that what they do hurt your feelings. I've told my kids, hey, man, that hurt my feelings. And I know, maybe it's not manly, but I'm trying to teach them how to be men. You can't be all strength all the time. There has to be softness as well. To be an effective communicator, husband, father, friend, lover, you have to add softness with the strength. Even a sword that doesn't have some softness in the metal will break. You have to have some weak points in there. I learned that from Blue Eye Samurai. It was a great lesson to learn. You try to make it pure steel with no give, no weak spots, no soft spots, it will break. It has to have some give to really be strong. Express your emotions, and you probably would have been better. That's by time.
So he said, hey, just
How can we not have a reaction to that? Oh, that's
Pain. You can definitely have a reaction to that.
listen,
See, now our pay would be 5 hours. This is not
we don't have to be 5 hours. Listen, I don't disagree with what he said. I still would have took my shit away from him. You hurt my feelings, and here's the consequence. Just because you hurt my feelings, and I tell you that, don't mean I can't levy any consequences. His whole notion is just telling this little bastard that they hurt my feelings. That's going to make it all better. She's going to say, yeah, and that's why I did it. I wanted to hurt your feelings. I ain't stupid. I don't like you that much. All right? You know, I mean, that's in her mind. She might not say it out loud, but she didn't think I got an 18-year-old kid, and I raised her, and she doesn't give me a ticket. She doesn't think she's hurt my feelings. Come on, what kind of person is she? She's a psychopath? You know, a sociopath? You know, with no feelings, no empathy. Listen, yeah, you hurt my feelings, and this is the consequence. You're off my insurance. You're off of this. You want that car you said you wanted me to buy you? Let that other bastard over there, your birth bio father, buy you that car. And that's it. And then my wife comes, where are you? You know what? You too. Get out of my face. You know, I'm telling you, you know, she could, you know, hey, listen, the kid's 18 now, you could divorce me. Hell with that shit. Now we can split it up. I don't have to pay no child support. You know, I don't listen, man. I would be scorched earth. Yeah, hell with that. You know, if her mother came with some bullshit, you should have never let that happen. I would have told her that too. So I hate these guys. Oh yeah, you should be soft and petty. You know, it doesn't mean you have to. You could be soft and not even soft. You could express yourself, but you could also levy consequences.
So, okay, so you think the proper consequence is to take her health insurance away? And
If it's on me, yeah. Yeah. She's 18. She'll get somebody, you know, she's on your mother's health insurance or whatever your biological father could put you on because you're under 26 years old. Let them pay the freight. You know, so listen, I'm telling you, whatever punishment he levied, that's his punishment. But yeah, his feelings were hurt, and it should come with a consequence.
So her feelings should come with a consequence. You feel?
No, she heard it. She purposely hurt his feelings. She purposely hurt this guy's feelings.
That's from your vantage point.
But that's fair because because that's what the thing sounds like to me.
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? It's my interpretation.
Right.
Okay.
It's your interpretation, right?
Yeah.
Because I just think this, and I don't think that a lot of men would disagree with you because, again, I'll go back to men feel as though if they're putting their time and their energy and their resources into a place where they don't have to, and it's not being reciprocated or respected, they feel as though, okay, I'll take it away. And then the question becomes, why did you give it in the first place, right? Because if your feelings can be hurt and you can take it away, why originally did you do it?
Well, because when she was 4 months old, I didn't think she would turn out to be a monster.
Right, but
I loved her mother.
Do you have control over if someone hurts your feelings or not?
No, actually you don't. But what I'm saying is either she's been hurting his feelings all the way along, or maybe there was something so unexpected at this moment of truth, he didn't realize that they didn't really like him that much. So he was really surprised. That's why it hurt so much. Because why would she say, here's 8 other people that are more important than you are, or 7 other people, out of the clear blue? For after 18 years or whatever he did to raise this kid, that it didn't mean nothing to her. Here's a pecking order. And you're not that you're the seventh or the eighth person on it. You didn't even make a list. And any man who tried to make a basketball team or anything else and said, damn, you're not even good enough to be on the list. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think women understand sometimes what people do to men. Like what people do to men, I mean, I think he was just being mad and vindictive is the least he could do.
Don't say being vindictive is the least he could do.
Yeah.
The daughter's level.
No, but that's what I'm saying. When I mean it that way is that he didn't get violent. He didn't do anything. He just said, listen, you hurt me and there's consequences to that.
Right.
And maybe it's irreparable. Maybe you and I will never be prepared in this part of your life. Maybe sometime later on, maybe. But I think his stepdaughter gave a clear message on what she thinks about him. I mean, it can't be no clearer.
And to be honest,
his wife betrayed him.
Hey, Payne, to be honest, he taught her a real life lesson right there. He taught her a real life lesson. Like when you show people that they don't mean nothing to you, they don't do nothing for you. Like that's a real life lesson. Like if Coach Ferg mentors me my whole life. And then I'm like, we didn't play. I played on this football team. He didn't been my mentor my whole life. I've been holding it down. I make it to the league, and I don't thank this man. I don't thank this man. I blocked his number. Yeah, I even go to college, and he's not there in the in the pictures on high school signing day. Like I'm like. Coach Ferg gonna be like, well, damn. I mean, I understand because as a coach, you put all this love in, all this time in, all these hours into all these kids. So yeah, there's gonna be kids that say, "Hey, Coach Ferg, come on," right? But then the ones that you really connect with, like man, you feel like those are your kids, like those are your sons, those are extensions of your family, and then for them not to even say, "Hey, Coach Ferg, man." Yo, it's signing day, and I want you there with the fam, man. You taught me everything from the time I was 6 until, even, coming to school with me early so I can get my workout in and all of this type of stuff, or hitting the weights with me early in the morning. And then I don't even invite you on signing day. You know what I'm saying? I don't even say, hey, thank you, coach, man. You helped me earn this fucking you helped me earn this scholarship to go to the college that I wanted to go to.
He said, I'm starting to hate you already, Frank.
Like I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying that's like real life hurt. And you could just imagine, like, and then I come back around and like, and I'm all on TV and I'm in the newspaper, and then I'm all like, I see Coach Ferg. Hey, Coach Ferg, what up, dog?
Yeah.
Like, bro, Coach, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
I'm going to the game and act like I don't know you, like
it's like that, and I feel like that's the same thing because I just know that would hurt. And at the end, I like, and I understand, like, saying, okay, well, that's cool. You 18. Here are the consequences for your reactions, for your actions. Everything that you do in life, that everything you do in life has a consequence.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to learn that. Now, you can think, because that's also about how you treat people too, right? That's also how you treat people too. I done all these things, and it's a thankless job. Number one,
I was going to say it really is a thankless job.
But so is being a coach.
You're right.
Like, so is being a mentor. It's a thankless job. But
what is your heart going into it? Because going into it, you have to know that there's a possibility of you getting hurt.
Right. There's a possibility, but there's a possibility of you getting hurt by an athlete, by your stepchild, by your child. We all, like, this. And there's also a a consequence, possibly, or repercussions that come from those actions, regardless.
Well,
To
let me
be
put it to you
honest.
this way, Preston. Let me, if I, yeah, you could know there's a possibility that she might hurt you, right? But it's not an expectation,
Right.
not to that level. The expectation for your stepkid, or just like any of your kids, is that they love you and respect you. And so you take for certain things like that, big moments, weddings, a graduation, that you should be invited to the barbecue without asking.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Mhm.
so and so he was hurt, but see, I agree with the dude from the standpoint of expressing my hurt.
Yeah.
And but I added one more step. Hey, you hurt me really bad, and here's the consequence for that. This is what I'm gonna do from now on because you set what our relationship is from this point on, right? We can still be boy. She's gonna survive him taking her off,
Mm-hmm.
whatever medical insurance or car insurance or all that kind of stuff. There's somebody else to do.
You just have to know that something's gonna come of
You
this.
want me to pay for your
Like,
college? You thought I was paying for that?
right. You
I
have
don't
to
know.
know.
For that one, I might still chip in if she's still in the house. I don't know.
And
But I'll be looking at my wife more than I'll be looking at her for what we do in the future. Because if my
right,
wife keep giving me crap over it, then we have another issue.
right,
Because I'm gonna be blaming her for this situation to have happened in the first place.
right.
Yeah.
But you have to know that something's gonna come of this. Like you have to know there's gonna be some type of consequence.
Yeah,
Like
and that's
maybe
the good part.
maybe y'all relationship is torn from this point.
Yeah,
Like
something like
maybe
this.
y'all had a good relationship, and then I didn't get invited to, like to the graduation. You let your dad walk you down the aisle. Like you got to know that something's like maybe our relationship is fractured. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you know what I'm saying, or some shit like that. But you gotta know that at the end of the day, that something is gonna come from this. Like, it's not
Hey,
gonna
Frank,
be
what's
just
the worst thing his wife should say to him?
Mm.
his wife.
Yeah,
The
what would be the
worst.
worst thing his wife should say to him after this? I'll tell
Damn.
you, get over it. Ain't that important?
Oh, yeah. Oh
Hey,
yeah, that would
worst
be
thing she could
crazy.
ever tell him.
That would be crazy. I was gonna say, yo, I gave a ticket to his daddy because I gave a ticket to her daddy because that's her daddy.
Hey, listen,
Like,
hey, wait a minute, Precious. You didn't know I had issues. I mean, you invited me on your panel. You didn't know I had issues.
Say that.
Hey, Arcade said Arcade said he been here too long for you not to know.
I didn't know. No, it's as I listen to you guys week by week, and just things that I've already known about men, it just sounds like, you know, there's always that saying, men are in love, men or women are in business and things of that nature, and when it comes to children and, you guys possibly getting your feelings hurt and things like that, it's like, all right, I'm done. There's no more. I'm not contributing anymore. I'm not, pouring out anymore. um and those are feelings that are rightfully felt, initially, but I don't think that you should make decisions when you're in your feelings. I don't think anybody should, women alike. Like, no one should make decisions when you're in your feelings, because you know, you have to, again, just go back to why you made the initial decision. And it's easy for us to be on a panel and say, oh, well, I would do this, I would do that. But there are people that, live in these circumstances. And again, the child didn't ask to be in the circumstances. And, children, they feel most comfortable where they're most loved. And I'm not saying that the stepfather didn't love the child, but there had to be a relationship between her and her biological father for her to feel the need to have him there over her stepfather. But then again, I also say that the mom has a lot to do with that as well, because as the adult in the situation, you would think that the mom would take this opportunity to raise her daughter in a way to respect the person who has been protecting you, and that has been the stepfather. So I don't, it's definitely not all on the daughter. I think I would put more of it on the mom.
Yeah, on the mom.
Because the daughter loves who she loves, and she has a relationship with who she has a relationship, and she, wants her biological father there. But as far as a respect moment and a teaching moment and a raising moment for your child, I think that definitely falls heavy on the mom, and it says a lot about how much she respects the person that married her. So. But it's interesting to hear. It's just interesting to hear men and how they would handle certain situations when it comes to children and things. Go ahead, Clifford.
No, I mean, but we put the children first. I wouldn't believe nobody said that. Okay, well, I've had such children. A man gets with a mother, 4-month-old baby. Like Champ said, the baby's gonna call that parent who's picking it up, changing the diaper, feeding the baby, Papa, Daddy. When its first word is gonna be probably his daddy, his face. Has nothing to do with the biological. Now, again, it's important that children have a relationship with their biological father. Because in some situations you heard that your daddy ain't shit the kid's whole life. You know what I'm saying? But again, Frank also gave a situation where the biological father knew that this man stepped in and played a bigger role that he wasn't really able to play. So at least acknowledge him as I would have been like, is your stepdaddy going? That's just me, because I'm not mad, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but that's my child. It look like me. So, yeah, you know what I'm saying? But is he going? Who all going? Who all getting a ticket? Oh, the boyfriend or the who? Oh, no, that nigga ain't going. He ain't did nothing. He ain't contributed. But that's me.
And that's the type of time I would have been on, Coach.
Yeah, that's me. I'd have been like, well, look, he shouldn't be going. You know what I'm saying? Here, he can, I'm just saying, man, he shouldn't be going. Because he ain't out your shit. He ain't did nothing. So
that's exactly the type of time I would have been on. Like, make and even if when me and the mom talked about the list, make sure her dad is on that list. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they have a relationship, make sure the pops is on the list. And then on the flip side, if I was the biological dad, I'm right there with Coach Ferd. Her step pop's going. Oh, okay, bet. Like, cool. No, hold up. What you mean? You talked to him about this shit? Because he definitely I mean, you may feel like I don't got no input, but I just want you to know if I do, I just want y'all to know that man should be there. You know what I'm saying? Right. Like, that's the first thing I'm saying.
Yes,
like,
he should be there.
So yeah, that's crazy to me.
Stanley says, we will die for our children. Goodness gracious. We will die for our children and our spouses, unfortunately. But hey, and if we're disrespected, it cuts deep. Yeah. Certain things like that, I think that men should just maybe seek other avenues on how to deal with things like that.
How to deal with it? What they gonna seek? Personal still. You go over and fight everybody. That's the only thing you can seek. Who you gonna talk to? Your friends? Your friends gonna juice you up, man. I wouldn't take that. You talk to the person to talk to is the mother,
right?
But that's a conversation that the stepfather should have had. He should have. I'm not laying in bed next to you 3 weeks before the prom, and I don't know all the details of what's going on. That's just me. I got to ask questions now, because listen, some of us be lying about how we graduated high school. The nigga didn't go to graduation. He would know that they let you know 8 tickets in December. Every senior know how many tickets they get when they had that first senior meeting of your senior year. You only get 8 tickets for graduation. And then they have another when you come back first year. You only get 8 tickets for graduation. So everybody knew. Even the stepdaddy, he had to know. Now, who all getting the ticket? This is what I want to know. Baby, hold up. It's been on my mind. I can't. Everybody quiet. See everybody being money. You know people be lying because they get quiet when it's close to time. They ain't said shit. Then all of a sudden I'm finding out the day of. I done got my outfit ready. My baby girl, she getting ready to graduate. Me and the mom. Hold up, I ain't getting no ticket. Oh, okay, cool.
Yo, you heard how Coach Bird called his baby girl.
Yeah, that's my baby.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Like I was
just
saying before Coach Berg interrupted me.
Damn, man. That makes no sense, man.
You really interrupted, Coach.
I'm sorry. I thought
Like I was saying, I do believe that men should seek other avenues on how to deal with certain situations like this, because your one and only your one and only resolve for something like this is to shut down totally. And that's not going to get you anywhere. That's not going to get anybody anywhere. I mean, it may get you out the relationship. It may get you out of the situation. But if you run into another situation just like it, you're only going to know how to shut down and, not really know how to deal with it. Or
what do you mean by shut down?
Well, shut down. I'm taking everything away from you. You hurt my feelings, and so I'm taking everything away.
Wait, that's shutting down?
Yes, that's definitely shutting down.
that's not shutting down. I mean, you can interpret it that way, but I don't think that's shutting down.
How do you see it?
I mean, shutting down to me would be a guy who
y'all said there are consequences to being hurt for your feelings.
No. Who would just internalize everything and don't say anything and just accept it and just kind of move through life with this hurt on them and don't express it in any kind of way. I think that's shutting down. Those are the guys who explode and get on TV at some point, with the police sirens outside. Me, that would alleviate everything on my soul, telling her, you're out of my, first of all, you hurt my feelings, and this is the consequence, and I'd sleep like a baby that night.
It would alleviate everything on your soul because you taking her off of your insurance.
Well, that's just one thing. Whatever else he said.
No, that's fixing the situation.
It's no fixing. There's no fixing. The die is cash. She told me what she thought about me. I mean, when a person tells you what they think about you, how do you fix that? She's 18. She's not a baby. If she was 10 years old, I would agree with you.
Conversation with them. You have a conversation with them.
Yeah, the conversation is you hurt my feelings, and you don't know how bad you did, but here's the consequences for that.
Facts.
I mean, because if she's gonna tell me that, I didn't know, and I think you would understand, or try to gaslight me one way. If she was 10 years old, Precious, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Right.
But at 18, so as far as I'm concerned, when a person turns 18, I don't care what the internet says or anybody else, they're grown. They're grown people. They can go to war. They can do all kinds of stuff. So I don't want to hear it. You're grown. You're making decisions for the future. So she made a conscious decision because it was planned. It wasn't like the day of or something. It was like months into this planning.
And not only that, think about at 18, all the decisions that you make. You start to determine what college you going to. You start to decide if you're gonna go into the workforce instead. Oh no, I don't want to go to college, mom, pops. I want to take a year off, and then I want to do this and I want to do that. I want to work until I'm 21 so I can become a flight attendant. Like, you start to make real life decisions when you're 17 and a half, 18 years old. But now you're 18 years old and you just told me, fuck you. Like, you literally just told me, yo, thank you for showing up when I was 4 months old, or 4 months old. Thank you for, marrying my mom's at 2, and thank you for raising me until I was 18. And now that I'm 18, thank you, but You know, I'll talk to you when I talk to you,
Yeah, right there.
because you won't be at my graduation, and then you already know if I don't make it to the graduation, I'm definitely not walking you down the aisle. Like, you let me know what you think about me right then and there, what you thought about me right then and there. Like, what do you do in that situation? You don't just, like, I'm not gonna just be like, oh, okay, well, that's okay, thank you. Like, no, I'm gonna be like, damn, like, you really let me know after all these years that, like,
I
the
don't know.
respect.
I think I hear what y'all are saying. I think a lot of the heat is going towards the daughter, where it needs to go to the person you marry. Again, the daughter didn't ask for you to be anywhere. The daughter didn't ask for you to do anything for her.
No, but right.
And I'm not saying that she shouldn't be grateful and she shouldn't be appreciative. I'm not saying that whatsoever. But you talked about all these decisions that, you know, kids make when they're 17, 18 years old. A lot of those decisions are strongly influenced by the parents that are in their lives. So
Right.
you're going to have this type of, you know, feelings be in your feelings, and there
I
be
think that's for you.
this. It should be with the person you decided that you made this choice with, because again, the child had no choice in the matter. It should be with the person that you made the
But
choice with.
but I agree with you. And but okay, so I agree with you. I'm gonna address this. This is just, and I'm gonna be real short. So I agree with you. You should address it with the person that you got married to. I
Right.
agree. So we there. But you were talking about why he took away what he took away. So that's why I addressed it from that standpoint. I took away because you know how much health insurance costs? I put you on my health insurance. That took at least another $500 out of my check. You know what I'm saying? At least bare minimum. And then like and I've been raising you this whole time. Like this is money that could have been going. This is money that could have been going to anything else in life. But that money went to making sure that you had health insurance. Now you 18 years old. But just not only that, yes, of course, the mom is going to get heat. But this is all the things. And he took her off his car insurance. We don't know if that man helped buy more than likely, he probably helped buy the car. Like, so why do I gotta continue to do things for you
Why did you
after
do
this
them in
point?
the first place?
Because I loved you, and I thought that you also respected me. Like, I thought that you also respected me.
They're okay. So you thought that she respected you, and then the first sign that she doesn't, you take away all the things that you do for this person. I get what y'all are saying,
That's
but
crazy.
you that's just where men and women I believe just differ a little bit, because
So you're gonna keep giving your resources away?
a mother can't just say, you know what, I'm just gonna not do this. I'm just not going to, you know, do this. So
Well, the birth mother, yeah, but maybe not a stepmother.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, birth mother maybe, but maybe not a stepmother.
Right. Well, a stepmother can make these same decisions, saying, "Hey, I'm not going to, you know, do X, Y, and Z anymore."
Maybe.
However, I think more men would just straight up pull away quicker than a woman would, and that's why I say that, you know, there are certain things that, first of all, y'all don't talk about your feelings. Y'all don't, you know, y'all don't have those conversations, and so it's very black and white when it comes to decision making. It is very black and white when it comes down to certain things where you guys don't have a variation or a toolbox to pull from and say, you know what, let's get through this situation by having this family meeting, because y'all said, okay, well, at this point you're showing me how you feel about me, and it's like, okay, well, let's really have this conversation. Let's be real about some things here, because I didn't get a invite to your graduation. I have been taking care of you. I need to get down to the root of exactly why I was not there.
I'll give you all of that. Precious, is if that meeting happened before the graduation, I agree with you 100%.
But even if it
well, it matters. Doesn't it matter that it happens before the event? I mean,
the event already happened. The event already happened.
No. What I'm saying is that we're looking at the graduation as a snapshot in time. They had to plan the tickets. They had to buy the tickets. They had to say who was going. It had to be at least a month or so before the graduation, right? So all the time, so he was feeling bad for more than a month, even before the graduation. We don't know what he tried to do to change it. The mother and the daughter had to say, listen, no matter how much you squeal and squeak, you little bitch, you're not going, right? And so he's sitting down there stewing in his depends, right? And they're telling him that no matter what you did for 17 years and 8 months for me, it don't matter. You're not going. And he's supposed to just have some kind of like, oh, yeah, okay, you know what? We could talk about it after the fact. And, once I get into my feelings and, I'll be okay. I mean, you guys ask too much of men.
He had to be okay. What y'all are saying is that conversation is not necessarily necessary after the fact. And the man is still married to the girl's mom. There's going to be some type of conversation see, this is why people don't get past anything. Because it's like, okay, I'll take away what I was doing. I won't do this. I'll show my love a little bit differently. But we're not really going to talk about what's really going on in this family and why I really didn't want you there and why I really didn't like you.
You should have told me before the thing. We had the opportunity for you to tell me why I'm not getting a ticket.
Someone says it's too late after the fact.
Yeah.
It is too late after the fact because you were not there, but it's never too late to talk about the real issues that are going on within the family. And if it took for the graduation for it to happen, why wouldn't y'all want to get down to the nitty gritty of what's going on in the actual family?
Because now you're grown. Like after you graduate high,
person will know how to deal with things. If you just say, you know what, now it's all on you.
It don't mean that we can't talk about it, but my resources are no longer available to you. You are a grown up now. You just graduated high school. Right, you got to the point to where we wanted to make sure that you graduated. You wasn't pregnant. You did your thing. You were able to do what you got to do. You chose your college or you chose the military. You did what you had to do, and then at the end of the day, you said, "Yo, everybody else can come. You can't come. Cool. We can have as many conversations as you want." But like Coach Ferg said, at the beginning of the school year, at the beginning of the school year, your senior year, you find out then at that point, around that point, or at least in January, you graduate in May. In January, you start to find out when y'all start doing graduation practices and talking about graduation, you find out how many tickets you get from then. So you have from January until May to say, hey, we to talk about this whole situation. You have from at least we just to even shorten it from at least January, but at the longest you have from August. You have from August of the previous year to May of the next year to say, yo, this is why my stepfather should be there. And you said this is why he shouldn't be there. And then if we talk about it, we talked about it in January. We talked about it in February. And guess what? I'm still not invited. Now we talk about it afterwards. Okay, I wasn't invited to the height of you leaving. Why are we going to talk about it, and why am I going to keep my resources going towards you when you're about to be leaving my house anyway? You're about to be leaving the house anyway.
My question is, if he went to the graduation, she would still have insurance.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, y'all are a trip.
You said what?
Yeah. Your questions. I mean, you gotta be.
If he went to the graduation, she would still have insurance.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
And everything else. Yeah.
For sure. Because Because you showed me that the things that I done for you, the time
Matter.
that I put
Don't
into
even
you
matter.
mattered, and that you respected me at the end of the day. Like that's what you showed me. So yes, because anything that I do after you're 18 is me putting my extra resources in. That's me just doing that out of sheer love for you.
No,
Right?
that was before
That's
18. That's what I'm trying to get
I'm saying
that was
but
before
no,
18.
it is, but but after you turn 18 and you're out of my house and I continue to do these things for you, that is out of just sheer love. Like that's what that is.
Defense, Frank.
That,
Like it was
what?
out of pure love in the beginning.
Okay, so
You married her mother.
right.
Yeah.
Her mother, which means was you just trying to get the draws? Is this
It's
another
the same.
is
It's
this
your
a situation where y'all just trying to get the draws and y'all
You're
not
saying no, you're saying the exact same thing. You're saying the exact same thing because it was sheer love before
my
then
God.
too. And then you showed me a reciprocation. You showed me that this is not one way. You showed me that even though this is a thankless job, that you wanted to thank me for being there for you. Like you showed me that you respected me in the time that I put into you. Like you showed me that. And so like now, like anything I do now is just extra and extra love on top of the love that I gave you all the way up until now. It's the same. I'm gonna give you the same covering that if I decide to give my stepkids the exact same covering after they leave my house that I would as my kids, then that's what? Come on.
Listen,
You stressing our paying out right now. You stressing our paying out right after his birthday, man. This is not fair. This is not fair, Precious.
I'm being quiet. I'm saying we were going to get to another video, so we might as well just go ahead because Precious, man, you know what? When you dig in, you dig in. She digs in, man. We can call this for the past, man, because we ain't changing.
All right, we're gonna get into Remy Ma Papoose. Thank you guys for joining. If you are here, hit that like button. Hit that like button. A thumbs up is outside of the live chat, so you're gonna have to go outside of the live chat. Hit the like button. Let a friend know that we are having this conversation. We got about 2 more videos to go. We already spent 1 hour and 36 minutes on the first one, so we're gonna keep it moving. Okay, so you guys know that Remy Ma and Papoose has been in the media, child. They were the couple that represented Black love, and Remy Ma was locked up, and Papoose held Remy Ma down, and now all of their secrets and things they've been thinking and occurrences is now out in social media, and it is a huge talk right now because a lot of people are saying, did y'all put on this front? Were y'all really not a solid couple behind the scenes, but y'all made people think that you guys were? I wanted to play this clip from Remy Ma, and then we'll get into it.
I was with the same man for almost 20 years.
Hold on now. Here we go.
Can't nobody tell me I'm from the street and make me feel some type of way? Are you crazy? Can't nobody tell me, oh, you fumbled it. It's so funny watching people like, you had a good husband. He's only had one wife. The only person that can tell y'all if he's a good husband or not. And when he was, I told y'all that. I told y'all. When shit was cool, when shit was all right, when it was what I thought it was, I kept it a being. When it's not, when it wasn't, I ain't say nothing. I dealt with it. I ain't never met a bitch. I've been waiting for somebody to just use a little bit of common sense. I ain't never met a female who has a perfect dude that takes care of her, helps her financially, emotionally, physically, is there for you, treat you like this wonderful thing, right? And you just say, you know what? I don't care. Fuck this whole shit. Who does that? Nobody. Oh, everyone looks so much happier now. Girl, Man, don't nobody fall in love faster than somebody with nowhere to stay. The fuck? The fuck? I literally told him, every time your current come up says my name or does something that I feel is trying to attack me in any type of way, I'ma drag you. I'ma drag you. And I haven't even been dragging them. Bad enough, you got my daughter's mom out here looking crazy because you refuse to tell people, hey, me and Rem haven't even slept in the same bed since May 2022. You don't want to tell nobody that. You were so wrapped up in the whole black love thing. That was your thing. That was the only thing you had. And I realized that. And I respected that. You know what? I don't need to be out here telling people you ain't this and you ain't got this and you ain't doing this and you ain't that. Whoever get you, they'll see. They'll see. I seen one of these. She was like, she said there was others. Who are they? I want to know. Do your own homework. No. Well, why she outed me? Well, why she outed me? Because you loud. And I know he cares about his personal image and what people think.
So was it all a front, or was it just not all it was cracked up to be? Because I would have never thought that Remy and Papoose would be on the internet airing out their business, and pretty much, Papoose was telling the world that Remy Ma was caught with a girl, and Remy Ma is pretty much saying that he was broke. He never really financially helped her. He had everything but the finances. So, as far as this couple, do you guys think, and I believe they're still legally married, so I don't think that they have gotten a divorce. But you have both of them who have people that they are seeing now. And do you think that with them still being married, their significant others should be able to chime in on this? Frank, you talked about this in your video, and I thought that was a really good video that you did. If you guys haven't checked it out, definitely go over to his channel and check out that video on Remy Ma and Papoose, because I thought that was a really good question that you asked. Like, should they even be allowed to even chime in on married people business?
Yeah, so my question was around that too. Like, yeah, but it was more of the, like, how would you handle it if you're coming from this situation? Would you tell that person that you want them to kind of just sit back and chill? I think the hardest part about this, for them, is because the people that they are with are public figures. You know what I'm saying? So whenever they get out there and about, like, the whole thing started from Clarissa being interviewed on The Breakfast Club, and she really was asked a question, and to be honest, she answered the question quite lightly. Like, she was like, listen, that's their business. He got to kind of take care of some things, but he was upfront. I knew what it was. It wasn't, he didn't keep it from me. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, they have business to handle. But Remy was like, shit, you still mention me. She said, you still mention me, so I'm going scorched earth. Like, you should have just said, yo, we just keeping it a bean, and I will let Pap answer those questions. But since she kept it light, I didn't think that Remy was gonna go that far. I didn't think she was gonna go this way, and I think this is the tough. Like, what makes this a whole tough situation, because we know the women out there that have held that we tell all the time. You holding this dude that's doing a bid down for 7 years, and you ain't even going. And Pap did that. And from what I heard is that he was successful, like, running a cash business. So he was making money on the side. But if he's taking you or putting money on your books every week, he was driving down to see her every day in jail. every single day for 7 years. You know, and then you get out and, you know, allegedly he helped her write her biggest hit. Why would we even be talking about my finances? You know what I'm saying? Why? Why would there be a mention of my finances after everything that I've done for you at this point? You know what I'm saying? I held you down this whole time. You know what I'm saying? Like most of the dudes probably would have left you, gone away, didn't care nothing about you. I'm there every day, every week, making sure that you good. You know what I'm saying? Bringing you food, making sure money on your books. When you get out, we still holding it down. We got this whole thing going on with Black Love Movement. Like, and to be honest, a lot of people looked at that and was like, damn, like we actually see a celebrity black couple. They both strong. They both seem solid. They both seem respectable. This ain't no, you know, couples goals as like, you know, like when people were saying Jada Pickett and Will Smith and everybody like, yo, y'all don't see what Will Smith is like? Everybody was really like, yo, Pap is a stand-up dude. And I'm not even gonna lie, he looked hella happy with Clarissa. You know, and I knew Clarissa when Clarissa was Clarissa. Like if you see their pictures from before, you know. But I'm just saying, like he looked like he is happy. Like he is happy, you know. And so I mean, I wish we didn't have to see them going through this like this, because they were at least, you know what I'm saying, like some resemblance of like a good couple or a happy couple. But you know, it came to an end and that's cool. But they could have made this split, you know, amicable. And she was the one out first though. We just got to make sure we throw that out there. She was out with Easy the Block Captain way before he was out there with Clarissa Shields. We got to throw that out there. She was out there with him way beforehand. And not only that, you know, as soon as she found out, she seen he was asleep on the phone with Clarissa, and then she came out. That's when she outed him. So, yeah.
Go ahead, Ferg. You got something? Go ahead, man.
Listen, man, you know, it's unfortunate that, you know, two people got married years ago, and now salute to the crack era adults, man.
Oh, Jesus.
He held her down. Listen. He held her down while she was inside, right? Probably spent whatever amount, because they need money on their books to keep Saprita from licking on them chops. So you're going to have to pay if you don't want to play, and you're going to have to pay if you want to pay, depending on what side you're on. So again, held her down, whatever since she had going on. Married her after the fact. I don't know if she had kids before, but they
did, right? I think
did. Yeah, they had a kid after too.
So he married her, trying to raise a family. It comes out first that she's out there moving reckless, right? No evidence of him moving outside the marriage. Cool. For whatever reason, I guess she fell into this feminist, we gonna go with Kamala, Scamala Harris year, and we gonna liberate each other. She got out there. As we see, men move on. A man that can move on, he gonna move on. He still ain't said nothing. But you notice she talked from a distance with Clarissa. Because Clarissa got a 1-2 piece that she can bring to most of us. But she's over it now. She's looking bad. And now she's appealing to the sisterhood and bringing out all this unnecessary information because he got a little money. He wrote her songs. She had what? One album, one CD. Now she's in her 40s, I think. So she's done aged out of the game too. So she gonna be out here trying to date Frank and his buddies, and they ain't going for it.
I'm good.
See, that's what I'm saying. See, they ain't having it. So, and she's gonna be in the same pool, and she gonna have a podcast talking about girls come over here and we gonna hate on the ninjas.
Yeah.
And the whole time. I don't know if Clarissa is the long-term solution for him, but if she's being the type of woman that most guys are looking for, I can see them getting married. But My last thing, brother, go on, clear ties with that. Cut the ties with that. Get away from her. Get your divorce. If y'all go, you're moving on, move on. Don't be back and forth, la la la. Just clip all the videos, take them to your lawyer. Matter of fact, go to every lawyer in your town and have her get, you know what I'm saying? So, stay on top of the game. But yeah, man, protect your image right now. Protect your assets, man. Get ahead. Do not be on social media going back and forth. Don't do it. Waste your time. Let her do all the talking, and then you go in court, because do it the legal way and say, look, get a gag order on her ass. Shut your ass up.
It's too late, man. He already done spoke.
Oh.
But I thought it was definitive when he said, listen, I mean, I don't have much to say to this. Listen, the only thing that bothers me is the only time a man is supposed to be a real man is when a woman is ragging on his ass.
Yeah.
And he's not doing anything about it. Listen, this whole thing about him taking her, holding her down when she was in prison. That's number one. It seems like she rewarded him by cheating on him as soon as she got out. Right. And, so I mean, all the rest of it, I don't really care about. And I don't know about. I think I can see why Clarissa is hanging on to him, because I remember her in her first Olympics. She's been through a whole bunch of changes, because she was well, first of all, I was proud of her because she was the one Olympian that year who got a gold medal.
For sure.
And, but she went through a lot of transformations. And I think one of the stories that is a good story or a big story is that a woman like her is not a lesbian. She likes men.
But honestly, though, when it comes to boxing, though, a lot of boxing females are straight. But
I can think it, but
I think it's more straight. It's not like the WNBA.
I was putting it in the parlance of the WNBA kind of thing,
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I think she really likes Papoose, but I think that's probably one of the biggest relationships. That's the only relationship I ever heard her be in. So I can see her falling for him.
She was with this guy named Rich before.
Yeah, well, was he? I don't know who that is.
I don't know. He's like a trainer or some shit like that.
So, but all I'm just trying to say is Remy is just going crazy online. I think the more she talks, the less credibility she has. It's really just like a diss track on tape. A lot of people said you could tell that she's bitter that he's moving on. I think he took her cheating on him easier than she's taking him moving on. And I think that's all that is. He's moving on, and she doesn't like it.
Yeah.
She wants to struggle of. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, I don't know her whole story. It just seems like she wants him to be hanging on to her until her misery is done. And then she could put the final knife in his back.
My only thing was the response was like if Clarissa would have been like, when they asked her the question, if Clarissa would have been like, she needs to go ahead and sign the divorce papers, and we just trying to be happy over here. Like we don't bring up Remy. If she was on all that, then I feel like the way that Remy came after, then it would have been warranted. But the fact that she was like, that's some business that Pap has to handle, basically. And, he told me about the situation, and, we spoke for months, and then we ended up getting together. But just the fact that, he told me he was upfront about it and we were cool, but he knows that there's some things that have to be handled before we can move on and do more things. Now, the fact that she didn't come at her crazy,
that's strength of my argument. I think she can see the very real possibility that once this link is severed, it's going to be severed for good.
Yeah,
I think there's a certain not synergy. What is it that when a person has this trauma bond, this bond that she has with him, she's realizing is breaking. She has a certain hold over this man that she's going to lose for good.
Yeah,
right. And I think she's going to miss that.
The crazy part about it is what's the name is making good money. You know, like Easy the Block Captain. He's one of the biggest
Yeah.
battle rappers out. So he's making at least 25
Are they still together?
Well,
plus.
that's
Are
what
they
I
still-
think. I feel like she did. She traded one out for the other. Because like I said, she talked about how Pap wasn't, bringing in money. And if you're a woman who's with a man where you don't feel like he is, financially making the money that you are making or more, then the person that you're gonna go after him is gonna be somebody who makes some type of money. Uh, some type of decent money. So I think that, with him being successful in what he does, that's one thing she probably feels as though she can hold over Papoose head when it comes to this person that she moved on with. My thing with the whole situation is though, for y'all to pretty much be the face of black love, but then get
Man,
on Beyonce's internet and then totally have it shattered by y'all going back and forth, excuse me, almost makes me believe that it was done this way purposely, because you really didn't hear, the things that they are saying about each other. You didn't hear these things in social media. Like, it just wasn't a thing until they started saying them about each other. And now it's every time you open one of your social media apps, it's Remy going at Papoose, or Papoose, telling the story about Remy. And it's like, y'all were never like this. Like this just wasn't even y'all MO. Like, you know what I mean?
right,
It makes me feel like, is somebody coming out with an album? Like, yeah, y'all want to get divorced? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
what is really going on? Because who is telling y'all to, because these celebrities going on social media and having a certain amount of views during a live, and like, we are all content creators, so we all know that that brings them revenue, like that brings them money. And even Papoose, like, I've never even heard him talk this much, as
Facts.
far as him just speaking to the public. I've never heard him, talk this much. As far as Clarissa, it's I guess it's a good look for her being a boxer and being, and people who did not know her, now they do know her, because I didn't know her outside of the Remy Ma and Papoose, situation. Frank, I know you were in that world, so you probably knew who she was before, her mention with their names. Um, so it's a good look for her, because, when you're in the spotlight, good, bad, whatever type of publicity is good publicity for you. Um,
Mhm.
and then, as far as Remy is like, are you ramping up for another project? Are you and your new boo working on something? Because it just seems like every day it's like, why do, like, just get like, if y'all gonna get a divorce, get a divorce.
Just let it go.
Yes, like, why do we have to know, about y'all marital business? If it wasn't what it was, then do what you need to do and move on. Why
Facts.
does it have to be all the hoopla online? It just seems like, they jumped to what would spread the word the quickest on what's going on with them.
The one thing that got me too was she was calling Pap out because what happened was, like, Pap was her manager, right? And when they were married, Pap started dating Clarissa. Clarissa was like, "Yo, I want you to be my manager," basically. So he ends up becoming Clarissa's manager. When Pap started dating Easy the Block Captain, that's exactly what she did. She became Easy the Block Captain's manager.
Mm,
Like, they started this battle rap league called Chrome 23 together.
mm,
And then whenever you seen Easy, you seen Remy on TV shows, on talk shows, on this platform, on Hip Hop Is Real, on all these different battle rap platforms and all of that. So you seen them together all the time before you even seen Pap with anybody, right? And so it like, and that's the reason why Pap rolled up on them and clipped them. But it's just the whole thing that all this is coming out now, and I agree. Like people did, like a lot of them in the midst of all the ratchetness, of love in hip hop, they were the only ones to come out of that clean. No drama, no fights, no cheating scandals, no, and this is love in hip hop. They
Now
said,
I feel like they have their own little love and hip hop like storyline without being on the show. Like you know what I mean? Like it's just like their own little sitcom going on right now.
Yeah, I was about to say it now. They are like what love and hip hop was the whole time. They are like calling each other out every day, and now Pap responded, and you said that we never hear Pap talk. The only time you ever hear Pap talk is in interviews.
Yeah.
Outside of that, or if he dropping a new freestyle, other than that, you don't hear Pap. You don't hear from Pap. And so to see him online going live and I'm responding and I'm gonna play this audio, like this is crazy to me. I just never expected to see this shit.
Well, this goes to tell you that, a lot of people will have that hashtag relationship goals. You can't really make people your relationship goals because people turn sometimes for the worse when it comes down to the bitter end of relationships, or when you're talking about the D word, divorce. That's why it's considered like the gnashing of souls, because it really brings out the worst in people, and not even just the two people who are directly affected by it, but even their people around them, because you have to think like, who's in y'all corner? Like, y'all have no friends to be like, get the hell off the internet. Like, you know what I mean? Like, y'all don't have anybody telling y'all like this is not a look. You went into it like if you want to be the face of it, then at least bow out gracefully and say, just let there just be a statement issued or something like Remy and Papoose have decided to end there such and such.
Right.
Yeah, well, nobody who is in the entertainment business should be the face of black love. Nobody. It's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. Who made them the face of black love?
No, it was their brand. It was like so they branded black love because they wasn't with the drama. They wasn't with the they wasn't with the ratchetness on love and hip hop. Like that's what I'm saying. So like when you seen them, it was like, damn, like this is like
something that they did, or just something they named themselves the face of black love.
It wasn't like the face. It was the brand. It was like the brand
that they promoted.
Yeah, because when people seen them, they was like, bro, like this is what black love looked like. And so they branded they branded black love as a. I mean,
they were making money on merch. How were they making money? Just they were merchandising.
They did have hats and merch, but it was just to promote like black love. And when people saw them two together, if you seen them before all of this, like you would be like, okay, like you could tell that that's they look like a good couple. They look like they're happy together. But and he in every interview, all he did was big her up.
Yeah, because he was big. Listen. It was upside down to begin with. It was all about this whole thing with this black love bullshit was because he was holding her down. If he was in jail for how many years, you think she would have just been holding them down like that? I mean, everybody recognizes them together as Papoose being the guy, the real man who holds I don't want to say ratchet woman down, but Remy Ma has always been kind of wild.
Mm-hmm. That's why she went to jail.
Right. So she went to jail for whatever, but it's him who had to sacrifice and do all this shit to hold her down. And the way she repaid him was by busting it out for somebody else as soon as she could. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not even into the rap game. As soon as I heard that, I would have, if I could, I would have stripped their trademark. I mean, my whole thing is, I'm not into the whole rap thing, but I mean, both parties going to have to be able to contribute something to make it different. I always thought they were upside down from the beginning. from the beginning. I mean, he's there and her boyfriend's there. She's busting out the boyfriend. Papoose is looking like a moose, sitting there just knowing that, all this time he put in and she's giving all the goodies away to some bum, right? And so let me tell you, I think we're just upside down with all of this stuff. So God bless them both. God bless them both.
The Lord be with you. Yeah, so they I'm pretty sure in the coming days is going to be even even more stuff, and I think it's just sad how they're going out like this. And as far and Remy Ma's, what's his name?
Easy.
Yeah, I think for them they should definitely just take several seats. It's just let the married folks handle what they need to handle.
Right.
And then y'all, chime in and be with who to be with.
Also the dead carcass of what's left.
Yeah, like they are still married. You never know. They might have a change of heart and freaking go see the lady, and the lady might say, "Hey, y'all need to stop all of this. Y'all got you have a child together," and they might, turn around and be together, and then you have Clarissa and Easy looking like we done went through the whole showdown with y'all, and this what y'all do to us.
It would hurt Clarissa a lot more than it would hurt Easy.
Yeah, I think that this might be one, like, maybe a very early she's probably let's just put it this way, Papoose is probably like it's probably top 5 of her of men that she's probably ever been with ever, because and she's an athlete, like, you know what I mean, so she's training, she's focused, she's so I'm not taking that away from her, but being with Pep and him making a name for himself as well as being married to Remy Ma, don't make it easy for someone like Clarissa who never dated someone probably in the limelight like this before. And so that's all the more reason for her to just focus on her boxing, fight your rounds, heal your body and your aches and pains, and let Remy Ma and Papoose do what they need to do, and just go through their divorce. If divorce is what they're settling on, then they just need to let them do what they need to do.
Somebody said they signed the paper, that they finished signing the papers.
I don't know that's true or not. I know that Remy Ma was the last I heard, it was that Papoose hadn't retained a lawyer.
Oh,
and so
playing around.
But yeah,
I don't know, but
he showed that, or he said that he sent the documents to her and said, "Now it's your turn," some shit like that. But I don't know, man. But because you don't know Clarissa yet, Fresh, you don't know Clarissa. This is her though, and I agree she should stay out of it, and that's why I said I felt like she responded like this time. But this is her. If you know anything about Clarissa, all she do is go live and call people out. That's it. Oh yeah, like you talking about this and this. Like she didn't fought. She had like internet bullies come up to her gym, and then she fought internet bullies. Like she didn't like this. This is Clarissa. Like she is like out there. Her whole personality is she from Flint, Michigan. 30. I think she turning 30 or something, or she might be like may be 30 already, but
she's second generation.
Yeah, but all she do is she go live and she talk about everything, and people don't like the way she dress. This is her first like celebrity relationship. Like she people don't like the way she dress, so she go on live and she be like, "Hey, I don't give a," and she talked to the comment section the whole time. And she called people out, and then people were like, "Okay, girl, you talking all that? You pull up to the gym,
bring your ass to this gym,
and I'll take you for I'll give you $5,000 if you can go, or I'll give you $25,000." Like she be doing this all the time.
That's out there. That sounds to me, and just my work background, that sounds like sales. That sounds like there is a difference between being conceited and talking junk because you're an athlete and but talking to people online that you don't know, you don't sleep with, you don't take care of, and then you're telling them to come to the gym as if this is not part of the territory of you being in the public as a public figure. People talking about you comes with that. And so her fishing for fights and things of that nature, like to me, that kind of gives a little bit of struggle marketing. Like, you know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, you don't know these people, and and people feed into this social media thing day in day out. But for her being 30 years old, it kind of makes sense. But at the same time, with this situation with Remy and Pat, it's like this is different. Like this is somebody's marital business. This is not a random person that's like, I don't like the way you wear them stockings with them shoes. No, this is
see the picture. See the picture yourself.
This is someone's wife and husband having whatever crisis in their relationship, and they need to work that out amongst themselves. Y'all stay silent, y'all stay in the background, maybe tend to them when they get home, but stay off of social media, because you're not going to make it any better and you're not going to make it any worse. It is going to be what it's going to be, whether you're there or not. And I think if you want to be that supportive, partner and be with this married person, because that's what they are, they're married, shut up and play your role and, celebrate with those who celebrate, mourn with those who mourn, and keep it moving.
That's fine.
So I just don't think that, they should have, anything to say. They chose this life. Right? We all have decisions, and they chose to be with people who are not divorced yet. And people who are not divorced go through messy divorces, and it requires the public's opinion to get involved. And so Clarissa, for her to be fishing for fights because people want to talk about her, she inserted herself. And this is what comes with it. So don't be asking people to fight you, Clarissa.
She been doing that since she started.
Brought this on yourself. You brought this on yourself.
No, she been doing that.
She can't fight nobody.
She been doing that. She been doing that. But she been doing that since she started though.
Listen,
like after the Olympics, like she been calling. Like when everybody's talking about her hair and all that, and then her smile and all that, like she always been like that. She from the hood, so she like it's nothing for you. You come here, I pull up, and I whoop your ass, but I'm gonna give you some money because she made over $1 million a few times in her fight. So she like, yo, listen, I'm gonna give you some money, but I'm gonna beat your ass for talking shit. Like that's how she is.
There's nothing wrong with that though. There's nothing wrong with that, because one thing about it, in women boxing, it's hard to find the pressures to come up and spar. So that's a great way to stay fight ready. Up on some Sapritas who talk that shit in the background. Come on up here and let me pay for your new weave and your new dog.
And they took the money, so they can't sue.
Exactly. They took the money. They came up there thinking that they can bring that street ninja shit to the ring, and you can't. And she showed them, take his home to your boo, let him lick your wounds, and come on, get your friend over to him. I'm gonna beat her ass too.
But a male boxer did it too. Deontay Wilder. Yeah, he did it too before. It was an internet bully that was just always constantly just following him, talking shit constantly. And he said, yo, come to the gym. Come to the gym. And he came to the gym and he beat his ass. Like, it's just like,
yeah. He's getting ready to fight again too. I think he should.
Insane. He should be done.
Yeah.
Retired like me. You just get on a podcast. On the channel.
Talk about how he missed that punch that he didn't see.
That was my
All
dog.
right, so we
All
hit
right,
the what's
so
next?
we have a video. Let me try to remove it because I don't want it to overplay.
So
Okay,
you leaving the PA
so
story going to start for last? The ace metaphors last?
yeah, fast. So we have a lady here who has a question for the fellas. I'm gonna just play the.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, let me
Let
know.
me see if I can help her out.
I need y'all to answer this question for me. If a woman's been talking to you for 8 months or so, loyal to you, only kicking it with you, you fall asleep with her on the phone every night. Yes, I said it. Every night. Answers all your calls, unless it's petty arguments or whatever the fuck, and they're trying to prove a point or something, but doesn't disappear on you. Could share location at any given time.
Yeah.
Want something real. At what point in time do you feel the man should lock in? Because the man doesn't want to lock in. Why wouldn't a man lock in if he has that? I want your honest opinions. Why wouldn't a man lock in with a good, faithful woman or anything? It could be for me, it could be for anything else, but why do y'all men not lock in? And then when women act crazy, y'all want to call us hoes or shit. Why? What's the problem?
He hasn't locked in because you have not made that the standard. Like, he has not locked in because you have not made it the standard. That's why. And if you really wanted to make it the standard, you would have removed yourself. And guess what? And guess what? He would have came back if he really felt like you were that. You would have removed yourself, man. Like, we got to be honest about the situation. Like, you can't say why having a man locked in, like, it's just like when why hasn't he married? Because you didn't make it the standard.
And he's not the only man on earth. Like, girl,
right? Talking about they want to call you. No, you crazy. You are crazy. Cause your number one, your ass still there, and you talking about, well, he want to call me crazy because you crazy. You did some crazy shit, and it's okay. We can be honest about it. But don't be sitting here acting like, nah, I made it a standard and I really stood on my morals and all. I stood my ground and he still didn't lock in. If that's the case, it's something wrong with you, shorty. Facts. It's something wrong with you. Because if you made that the standard and he still didn't lock in, then there's something wrong with you. That's it.
Arpain, what you guys say to her?
I listen. Maybe I missed something. I mean, I didn't really get anything from her other than this is the relationship she thought was going somewhere, and she was fooled. Now she's talking about talking. I just don't get all of what she said. Did they get past the talking stage every night, or was he banging around? I mean, I don't really get what she's talking about.
She said that they were she had been talking to a guy for like 8 months.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, talking to him. So they'd be going out, or he made did he ask her to be his girl? Was he intentional? I can't get anything from what she's saying. She's just so he ain't locked in because it didn't sound like she was talking about they had any substantive conversation about locking in. Right? I mean, it just sounds like she's just going along. Okay, we talk for 10 hours every night on the phone, but what the hell y'all saying to each other? I didn't get any of that. I mean, you know what? I'm sure he saw and he's visiting, whatever they're fooling around, but she didn't give me any kind of meat for why he would want to lock in for her. I mean, she didn't say anything that distinguished herself from anybody else. Because I don't have any idea what they say to each other because she didn't say anything. Maybe I just missed it. You can't expect a guy to lock in for you if he don't know what your intentions are. Just talking to him is not enough, right? At least I don't think so. I mean, I'm sure they might have been sleeping together and all this other kind of stuff, but that ain't gonna lock them in, right? I didn't get anything from her besides that she's a good-looking woman, So I don't know. If she would have said, well, one of those conversations we talked about, marriage or whatever, I didn't get that from her. sound like they have a lot of meaningless conversations. That's what it sound. That's what I got from it.
We gotta
You know?
bring pain up. We gotta bring pain up to stage on what talking is.
No, I know that. No, I know they
Conversation.
fooled around, but what I'm saying is, I mean, you could bang out a lady for 9 months and still never say nothing to her. People be banging out each other; they don't even kiss.
They may call that
You
a
know?
situationship, though. They may call that a
Well, that's what
situation.
I'm saying. And she didn't give me any impression that when it just was something. It felt hollow. I know what she meant by talking, but it just felt hollow. You know, what was her expectation? And did she express them? Hey, listen, I expressed to this guy that I would like to be married. Now, I was all thinking, well, how many kids does she have? Right? Because to me, that's another thing. We didn't hear anything about that. A man might not lock in because she might have a whole brood of kids. Tish was sagging a little bit, so maybe she had a few kids. So I'm sitting down here. I'm trying to piece together the clues. I mean, that'll be a reason why a man might not lock in the way you want him to, because she might have a kid or two. A lot of women don't see themselves when they have kids. They think they're still the same kind of thing. But if you got two by two different men, that's really something that a guy's going to be hesitant about. One maybe cool, but two. So I don't know. I mean, maybe I have to see that again, to get, besides looking at her again, but I'd like to hear I didn't get anything out of it too much. I mean, Frank got all he needed out of that.
I know that because of you, man.
Go ahead, Frank.
He said, "What is talking?"
I mean, listen, Frank sort of touched on it, and yeah, both of y'all touched. Listen,
Pause.
Of course, when people want to, I learned, you see, when you working in social services, you learn a lot. When people are always, I hope I use the word correct, say the word correctly, ambiguous about their statements, there's some lie in there between everything. Locked in. What does she mean by that? She finally gave up Frank and our pain just to be.
Yeah. That's another way to look at it.
How long? Because one thing listen, and Frank, you can tell me if I'm lying. Our pain, you might not have been in this game back in the day. When you meet a woman, you may like her, right? You into her, you like her, you like her vibe, you like her smell, you like to talk to her, you want to hang, and she's locking in and doing those things with you, right? But then you might notice something about her. And for the most part, you might not say nothing initially, like, okay, shit, I still like, she come over and bring me some cake, and she's bringing the cakes, and I'm good. But then, you start paying attention to how she moves.
Right.
Or the things that she say. Or the type of friends that she hang around with. And most dudes ain't gonna just cut it off then.
No.
We gonna ride the wave for a while, because listen, when she come through, she got high heels on and some dental floss. That's all she came through with.
Hey.
So he ain't gonna be too quick to give it.
No, you're not.
Because she like me too. But it's something about her that when I'm thinking about the future, I can't see her over in it. That's the thing. So now she's thinking like, well, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. He might have found out that the dude you was talking to before him was that dude that now running around stealing everybody's cars and because the dude, we find out, because most of us date people in our neighborhood.
Right.
And people that we might know, oh man, I seen old girl, your old girlfriend. Man, let me tell you, man. I ain't want to tell you back when you was dating them.
Don't tell me. Let me find out for myself. God damn it.
No, but you my boy, so I couldn't
say you sometimes.
But people find out about things, and I think
she did say something though.
So
she did say that I was always available when he called.
Okay.
She did say, I mean, I would like to hear that again, but she did sneak that one in there. because you know when they disappear for a couple of times, they ain't talking to you. Somebody else is getting the pleasure with.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's a new time. People date differently.
They different,
and they don't get those expectations like Frank said up front.
Right.
The first time I take your ass out to eat, I'm going to who's that 50 Cent your ass. I'm gonna ask you the 21 questions and you must answer all of them. I've always been like that since I was a teen. When I was dating the girl, I like are you talking to another boy? You can lie to me or not, because our first thing I'm gonna tell a girl is I'm gonna protect myself first. I'm gonna protect myself first. If I send some bullshit, I ain't gonna keep trying to be tough, talking to you, and you ain't gave me nothing but a hard time the whole time we on this date. I'm not gonna. But that was just me. Salute to my mom. She talked. But I think you got to ask those questions. And if a guy sees something and you don't set the expectation, he's gonna ride out that wave until you say no.
Yep. The one thing that I disagree with, Coach. Yo, you show me that, I'm out. I'm out, man. I don't care, dogs. I like either I'm out or we gotta have a conversation. Like,
right.
You gotta know that this is a situationship. You gotta know that we just gonna be smashing, we gonna be cutties, whatever the case. Like, you gotta know, dogs. Like, I can't. After it gets to that point, bro, I can't waste the last thing I want to do is waste my energy. Like, I don't want to waste my energy trying to get to know you, trying to get to because if I see that you like not like wifey material, like not any, I'm not wasting my time. Like, if it's a fun time, you here for a fun time, not a long time. Like, all right, cool. You got to know exactly where you stand. But if I can see that with you and we are locked in, we gonna do this, I'm cool with it. You know what I'm saying? We can have those conversations. We can have whatever conversations. I'm cool with it. But you know what I'm saying? If I notice something, I'm like, damn, I just don't. We gotta have that conversation because I don't want you to get the wrong idea, be online talking about I'm available to him and he won't lock in. He calling me crazy because you didn't pull up to my house unannounced. You know what I'm saying? You're calling my phone from other people's phones because I didn't block your ass. You're crazy. Like, don't try to put it out there like you're not crazy, you little sweet boy. Oh, he's calling me crazy. No, you're crazy as a motherfucker, man.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Precious, I have a question for you.
Oh.
Okay, scenario for you. You meet a guy. You vibing with him. You like him. You know what I'm saying? You go all the way. This is the day, your 2-week waiting period. Your 90-day waiting period. 90 days. But we know in reality, most people engage within that first 30 days. This is just what's happening. If they liking each other and they hanging out, if a woman's giving you time, she's more than likely is going to give you access to her body. So let's just say she does that. First 2 weeks, 90 days. They locking in, right? They talking, blah, blah, blah. But then you see immediately the change in the time that he's giving you. But he's laying it down like King Kong Bundy when he come through. How long do you stick around knowing that we are just in a space now where we are just physical? How long do you stick around? And how long do you think most stick around?
So I think most stick around way too long. I think that women have this fear of detachment where I don't. I don't have a fear of detachment. So if marriage is something that I want and it's only physical, I'm not sticking around long. Men know what they want. Like with this girl in this video, men know what they want, and I'm not making up your mind for you. Like, there's no way that I can make up your mind for you. So what I'm going to have to do is detach. I'm going to have to walk away. I'm going to have to create distance. I'm going to have to stop responding. I'm going to have to stop giving up the cookie. Okay, like it's just one of those things where it's just like, if this is what you want, you're gonna have to do that with someone else, because I'm not the person that you can do that with. But I think that too many women stay too long. It's like, okay, girl, if the man is not giving you any, if a man is not giving you clear direction, he has no plan for you.
Mm.
He
I
has no
agree.
plan for you. If you can't give me clear direction, if you can't tell me what the future is going to hold with me, you have no you have no plan for me, which means I'm not taking you seriously. I'll call you when I call you. I see you when I see you. I text you when I text you. I may never text you. I may never see you. I may never call you. And so then, the man can't be like, oh, well, I don't hear from her anymore. I don't, well, you didn't give her any direction. You didn't map out a plan. And so, for women who ask, well, why don't men, why are they not committing? It's He doesn't want to commit to you. It's simple. It's very simple. Now, why he doesn't want to commit to you, it could be reasons of his own. It could be reasons that you've shown him that he doesn't want you in his future, like you were saying, Coach. When he thinks about his future, he don't see you in it. But at the end of the day, a man that wants you is going to let you know that he wants you. And I mean, it just doesn't get any simpler than that to me. I'm not going to waste my time with someone who is not going to be clear and upfront. It's
Yeah,
just,
there's an equivalency there that we don't talk about, but you hit it though, Precious. The question was a good one. Women know whether they want to sleep with you right away, whether they do it or not. That's one thing.
Mhm.
But a man knows when he wants to keep you as
Yeah.
well. That's to me, that's the equivalent thing. Because it's not necessarily when you give the sex or all that kind of stuff. Because it could be the first day or the 90 day. If that guy wants you, the first day is just what people do. If it's 90 days, if it's 30 days, it doesn't make it's not equivalent for every man. They don't judge women pretty much on that metric only. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Especially if he wants you. So, but a guy men string women along all the time. It's all the time, and they stay. They stay too
Yeah,
long.
I think if Rick was on here, he was responsible for y'all decision making, right? He would say that. Shout out to Uncle Rick.
Yeah, he's got a point, but it still doesn't change the anatomy of the situation.
Right. And for women who stick around too long, it's like you can't then go around blaming the man. You can't. Like you
But
just
they will though.
Well, that's because they don't want to deal with the fact that they stay too long. Again, when a woman in their decisions, right? So they're not going to say, "Oh, well, I stayed around too long. I made a decision to be there. Ain't nobody put a gun to my head and say that I had to." Right? That's not something that a woman is going to outright
No, I know.
say. She's just not going to take that accountability because there's time wasted, there's resources given up there. Like there's a lot of that goes into it. But at the end of the day, you made the decision, and your decision should come with that accountability. I stayed too long. I thought it was something that it wasn't. I should have saw it for what it was up front. I wasted this time. And honestly, you don't even have to look at it as wasted time, because if you're not learning from things, then yeah, you could say it's wasted time, but you have to be able to learn from certain situations and learn people. That's how you learn people too. Because once you see it, once you experience it, if it comes 6 inches within your like you already know what it is. Like you already know what's coming for you. And a lot of women will still get in the same relation, but they'll get in the same relationship with different people, but have the same situationships because they stay too long with this person, but the next person comes along and they give them a little attention and they give them a little loving and things of that nature. But this is the same man, but he just has a different face. He has different clothes on, but it's the same situation that you just came from. Instead of saying, you know what, I'm gonna chill out, I'm gonna be on my solo dolo, I'm gonna do what I need to do, I'm gonna handle my responsibilities, and if someone serious comes along, then okay, I'll consider taking him serious. But a lot of women just really don't want to be alone. Like they don't want to come home to a cold bed at night. And sometimes that cold bed is your discipline. It's your your way of really working on the things that you need to work on before trying to, continue to date the same type of person, or even you being the same type of person. Because just because you're with somebody else don't mean that you've changed, the things about you that need to change too. Because just because you staying too long, that could just mean you being comfortable and you don't want to do the work necessary to really be better for the next person. So I think that, women who stay too long just have way too many excuses, and not enough accountability and moving forward. They talk about men not being ish, but you play into this narrative by being with that man that's not ish. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you still with him, you still sleeping with him, you still giving him kids, you still allowing him access. And it's like, women do have that power. And I don't think that women exercise that power enough, because men are allowed to do whatever because women allow it. I mean, as simple as that. A man who is not committing is a man who just don't want you. And you can't internalize it like, oh my God, what is it about me? That man just don't want you. That don't even really mean that there's anything wrong with you. There are some men that look at women like, okay, she's the smash category. She's the wife category. She's the, homie category, whatever, however y'all categorize women. But I think that a lot of women take it personal, where they should say, okay, well, if I'm not the right woman for him, I'll be the right woman for someone. They take, because they probably like this man, because they probably have feelings for this man, because they probably invested emotionally in this man, they take that personal. But life goes on.
Yeah. Remove yourself.
Yeah. Just
Remove
go
yourself.
stop responding, block, do whatever you need to do. I don't think any of those things are bad things. And if a man really wants you, he'll step up to the plate. I don't understand why this stuff is not that simple. I don't understand why women don't make things like this simple. I think sometimes I'm a little bit too realistic when it comes to stuff like that. And I think a lot of people don't expect or don't think that I'm going to be that realistic. And I'm talking about my real life situations. Like, I'll remove myself. And it's just like, oh, well, why would you do that? And I enjoy it. Well, that's okay for you. But that wasn't okay for me. So some things need to shake, you know what I mean? And I'm not going to continue to do the same thing over and over and over, expecting different results, especially when you're not giving me a clear plan, clear directions. I told y'all before that when a man gives a woman directions and a plan, that's part of security for her. Security is not always you beating somebody's ass for me, because when we out in public, that's not always security. Security is, I'm a man of my word. I'm gonna do what I say. I'm gonna protect you. I have a plan for you. I see you in my life. That's security. That's protection. And if a man is not willing to give that to a woman, then that's not your man, sis. That's not your. That's not your nigga. That's not your nigga. That's not your nigga.
Jack in the chat said he need a robot. Jack in the chat said he need a robot.
Wait, where? Not a robot. I told you y'all men gonna have them robots.
RP, never mind. RP gonna pull his robot out the closet, man. You on mute, RP. I'm glad you're on mute right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're lucky I was on mute. I was, I'm glad I was on mute.
What up, Sean?
What's up,
What's
Sean?
going down, y'all? How y'all been? Happy belated birthday, Pain.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let's get some happy birthdays in the chat, man. Happy belated birthdays in the chat to RP, man. Light it up, man. Show RP some love.
There you go.
Show that man some love, Pain.
Florida, shout out. My bad. What up, Sean? What you got?
What's going down? Nah, I just been listening, and
I can go. You saw the video?
The last video I didn't see. The first video I did see.
I'll play it again. For those who are just joining. Definitely hit the like button if you're just joining. Sparta.
She's cute.
Okay, guys. I need y'all to answer this question for me. If a woman's been talking to you for 8 months or so, loyal to you, only kicking it with you, you fall asleep with her on the phone every night. Yes, I said it. Every night. answers all your calls, unless it's petty arguments or whatever the fuck, and they're trying to prove a point or something, but doesn't disappear on you. Could share location at any given time. Want something real. At what point in time do you feel the man should lock in? Because the man doesn't want to lock in. Why wouldn't a man lock in if he has that? I want your honest opinions. Why wouldn't a man lock in with a good, faithful woman or anything? It could be for me, it could be for anything else, but why do y'all men not lock in? And then when women act crazy, y'all want to call us hoes or shit. Why? What's the problem?
You crazy because you won't move on.
That's funny. Well, the thing is, why don't women realize that if you're spending that time, he's already locked in? What title do you need? He's already locked in. You spending the same time. You spending all them hours. He's spending all them hours. The same way you got location, he got location. So why is it such a big misunderstanding that, or why do you need validation that yet the actions aren't already proven?
Because a man can do all the actions. That doesn't mean that he wants to be with you.
And so can a woman. So why is it that you're just because you're doing all that you want to be with somebody? What does that make sense to us?
I think locked in is an engagement, right? Isn't locked in?
No, locked in just means that we're trying to make it like official. We're trying to.
What's official mean? And what's official mean?
Just officially together. Like
I said, a man makes plans for the woman that he wants to have in his life, and those plans start with, we are exclusively dating. You move from exclusively dating to then, plans such as, all right, are we going towards marriage? If we're going towards marriage, are we moving in with one another? Like, you're making plans. And
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but just all that to me is just bullshit. I mean, lock in means that you actually have a plan to get engaged. That's what it means to me. But this whole thing, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to make it complicated. I think she wants some kind of engagement.
I think she just wants
that don't mean shit though.
She just wants exclusivity right now. That's what she's saying.
Well, I don't get that out of what she says. It's not like she wants more.
Because the talking stage is us. Like it's us talking like we're kind of together. We're kind of like, that's what I'm saying. Like, so like dating is like a little bit different. So when people that you go through the stages, like the talking stage, then you go through like, okay, we're really together stage. Then, okay, now we're working towards engagement and marriage stage and things like that. So
you want him to say, do you want to be my girl?
Like, yeah, like be my girl, be my wifey. Like,
okay, well, that's what I'm trying to say. What's the exact words in your mind?
She's just saying, I just want you to say that, like, we're locked in. You're my man. I'm your girl. Like, that's what she wants.
She wants to hear at least that.
Yeah.
And I understand that, and I'm not dismissing that. But what she described, again, that takes a mutual intention.
Well, she says on her side, okay.
No, I'm saying for her to be up all night on the phone with somebody. Who's she on the phone with? That person. So they both are on the phone. They both are investing time and energy. They both are investing. If he got locations and she got locations, that's a conversation to get somebody's location. So there's an investment on both parts. Now,
yeah, okay.
I understand. Now, everybody.
You're right.
Now, the reason why I'm saying that is because I was a person who didn't believe.
Well, wait a minute though. You're right to the point, but the woman still wants to hear a man say, "I want you to be my girl," or just like I want you to be.
You're right. You're right, and that's the problem that I have with women is that they just want to hear what they want to hear. That doesn't mean it's genuine. Look at the actions.
He could be lying.
Genuine.
But he could be lying, right? But it's not up to him. It's not up to her to say that to him, no, right?
No, what I'm saying is, if he's lying, let's just say he says, "What? Yeah, yo, baby, I want you to be with me. We've been," and he fluffs her up with all of the nonsense that men do pretty often, and get away with it, and then they act like, Well, he should. Well, yo, pay attention to what the man is doing. Is all I'm saying. I'm not saying that he's right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm just saying
Well,
pay attention. It goes both ways. If you're just looking for the validation of words, you're contradicting everything that we try and you know you're gullible at times because a man can say anything is what you say. Pay
Yeah, but
attention to
he's
words
also
and
doing it
action.
with her. He's on the phone with her all the time. They share location. Sounds like he's doing all of the things except saying the words she wants to hear.
and a lot of time that's what happens. Like,
Yeah, right. And that's my point. It happens a lot of times, and then when women get shafted and they get played and they get all these other things by the words because they ain't paying attention to the actions. They paying attention to the words and
You're
they get
adding
and they
that
get
in
played.
there.
are paying attention to the actions. That's why she want the words to go with the
Yeah,
action.
he's giving her the
Okay.
actions. He
Right.
wants the words.
You
Okay.
you can have those actions with 10, 15 other women. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
No, you can't. No, you can't. In the time that no, that's my point. This is what women start believing. Oh, you can do that with no. If he's doing it with you, there's not enough time in the day to do it with a bunch of other people.
Well, she
He
did
wouldn't
say
be
he was
giving you
falling
that time.
asleep. Yeah, she did say he
You
was
done
falling
lost your
asleep
damn
on the
mind.
phone.
When you get your damn mind, you call me.
I mean, he only can fall asleep with one person on the phone
At a
every
time,
night
right?
at a
this
time.
is
Like,
true. This is true. However, men can still find time to do what they
That
fall
means
asleep
that,
with somebody else
however,
on the
women
phone.
don't trust men. So cool, we get it. And that's just unfortunate, but it's a reality.
How you
But
gonna
this is my
find time to
point.
fall? How you gonna find time to fall asleep with somebody else on the phone
Yeah,
without falling
yeah.
asleep on the phone?
Hey, you know what? I just woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning. You got the 5 o'clock shift.
You got the 5 o'clock shift. Don't worry about it.
And, and,
We gonna sleep on the phone at 5 to 7.
and yeah, and women legitimately make those comments and those statements. Oh well, he could do no, that's nonsense, and that's the problem with women. You rather hear something, you rather hear something and make yourself believe it, and as opposed to just paying attention to what's going on. Now he might have an issue. He might have a communication issue. He might have a issue with the institution of marriage, as I was saying earlier. He might have a lot of things that can help you understand him a little better. Why jump to the point of oh he's not doing something when you clearly is?
Well, no, it's not. She didn't say he's not doing anything. She's saying he ain't giving her the confirmation words she's looking for.
Confirmation, right?
You
And
know,
my
so but,
only
Sean, let's assume that this is a straight up guy and she's a straight up woman, and 8 months pass, and what she's looking for is just the words to say, okay, this is not all for naught. Now, what happens after that is I hear what you're saying. He could just say the words to appease her
right.
and continue to do that. That's a risk we all take. Then in her mind, maybe 8 months was as long. Maybe she's ready to dump the guy, but she's on the internet talking about it. So I don't know how much more time she wants to give him, but I think women do at some point want to hear the guy say, "It's me and you."
I just want to know where the intuition is that they all speak
I
of.
agree. I
That's it.
agree. And,
This
and
is
my point is that
that's
a
my
lot of
only
women
question
say,
is no, because I gotta ask because she's asking the internet. Like why? Oh, well, when does a guy like in? And why
And that's
like
different
when
for every
I
man.
can't and so I'm saying like where's that intuition that they all say they got when the relationship when they find something out that's negative? So when you find something out that's negative, you got all this intuition, but you can't tell when this man is locked in. Your intuition is not telling you why this man won't lock in. It won't tell you if you gave him the wrong sign. It won't tell you if you said something wrong to him. It won't tell you if this man never had the intuition to lock in. He never had the intentions to lock in. It won't tell you nothing like that, but it'll tell you that, oh girl, go to his phone right now because he must be cheating. That's the only time that your damn intuition work. Like you don't gotta ask us why he won't lock in. You know why he won't lock in, and you have not made it a standard, and you have not showed it that I want this, and I will leave if I don't get it. Like because I don't got time to waste. And if you did that, then that man would say, you know what? Damn, hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna show you. And then you would know right then and there if he was locked in with you or not. Because if you just let your ass go, then he never was locked in, he never wanted to be locked in, and you got your answer from the jump. But if you wait and keep asking everybody online, you wait and keep asking your mom and your daddy, you wait and keep asking your sister and your brother and your nappy head auntie that ain't had a man in 10 years, then you gonna be there asking forever. That's just is what it is. And he can string your ass along. Matter of fact, it ain't even stringing you along at that point. You just stand there. And then you going to act like he's stringing you along. You going to call him a narcissist like a lot of women been doing lately. Like you going to call him a narcissist and then you just going to be there looking dumb as hell. Because everybody else going to see straight through your ass.
Yeah, with less eggs.
My bad,
Yeah.
John. My bad.
Well, yeah, that sums it up pretty nice. Man. That's pretty good.
Yeah, and again, I understand the validation, but this is the problem that I share with women all the time. Pay attention to what's going down. Ask those questions of why you're not getting what you want. Yeah, you can ask those things, not to the internet, but to him. He might have a good explanation for it. But you sitting there seeing all of the signs. A man, I used to tell women, if he's spending, I could tell he ain't gonna be the one for you. He's telling you all this good stuff. He's telling you the things you want to hear, but he ain't spending no time with you. There's no way in hell if a man is interested and he ain't on the phone sleeping with you.
Uh-oh.
Other things are his priority.
True.
Yep. And that's why women just need to keep it moving because you don't really have time to waste. No one has time to waste either. The men don't have time to waste either. But however, I think that men are somewhat okay with wasting their time as long as they
But
get,
this is what I'm trying. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Precious.
as long
This
as
is what I'm trying to tell you.
they get a little bit of cookie or something, and it's
No,
like
no,
I'm,
no, stop.
I'm
This means your time is more valuable than ours, and that's what is always.
all right, Sean. Like
It's insult to say you. It's an insult to say you wasted your time when I'm spending my time with you. I'm wasting mine as well. Then
no, when I say time, like you can have children up until you damn near die. Okay, that's not. I'm not talking about time as far as
Talk about biological time.
a biological clock. You don't have a biological,
Right.
clock like.
Imperative. Right.
So women aren't going to continue to give a man time. And now this is if she, wants children, she's not going to continue to stay with a man who is not going to make things clear. We are the gatekeepers of sex. You guys are the gatekeepers of relationships. And so if you want a relationship, you'll say that. If you don't, you won't. Like it's simple.
okay, it's not that simple always. Is what my point is, and yet we try and make it simple, but it's not. And
Well, if
y'all
it's
are the gatekeepers of
it's
sex.
complicated in your
And
mind. You can't make up your mind. But if a woman is
okay,
saying
yeah, all
as
right.
a man not locking it down, it could be reasons on her end, or it could just be that that man got some issues that he's not ready to deal with and be in a relationship and add somebody to his life to expound on those issues or to actually see those issues and what's going on in his life. There's some men
That's
that don't want you that clean.
my point that I'm making is that it's not always that cut and dry. If a man locking down is the problem, is what a woman considers locking down versus what a man considers locking down, or what people consider locking down.
It's not that hard, Sean. Like locking down means that you
Talk
together.
that
Like
talk.
it's
But
really
the point
not
being, if I'm spending all my time with you, what else do you need? If I'm sitting there spending all my time, resources, and energy with you, why don't you understand that I'm locked in? Because I have an issue with expressing it. Okay, so let me work on my issue. Help me work on my issue to express it. But if you can't see that I'm locked in with you when I'm locking down with you, that's part of your issue.
Well, if you have an issue with expressing that, then that needs to be expressed. But if you have an issue with expressing that, then 9 times out of 10, you're not going to express anything at all. You're going to allow your actions to speak for you. But at the end of the day, just like when
Are actions expressions?
and they say use your
Are
words,
actions
your
expressions?
words are still necessary
Yeah,
because
but I understand that. But
you
words is what just basically fools you guys all the time.
no, Sean, we're not talking about words that are going to fool people. We're talking about words that are going to lead people in a certain direction. Now, if you want to be foolish and you want that to be the case, then that could be the case. But at the end of the day, we're talking about men who are clear on what they want, who can communicate this to a woman, whereas she says, okay, I know that me and him are locked in. Anything that I may have had going on or anybody that's interested in me does not have access to me because I am devoting my time, my body, my resources to this person and this person only.
And actions don't speak that.
Actions do speak that, but actions can speak a lot of things, but at the end
And
of the
so
day,
can words. And so can words.
right, but that's why you need them both together. I'm not saying one or the other.
Sometimes,
Them
okay,
both.
I agree with you. I agree with you when they're both together. I agree with you. I'm
Yeah,
just
I think
sharing with you from the standpoint of when one might be missing, but everything else is there. Don't let do a little bit more research before you go to the internet getting in your feelings.
yeah, but like you said, that he might have issues communicating that, and a man doesn't always communicate his downfalls either. It's something that a woman experiences when she's with him. She experiences that he has a hard time communicating those things. So is the woman supposed to say, "Hey, are you having a hard time communicating where you want to be?" Like,
Yes, absolutely. Yes, she is. Yes, that's what her job is to help him get some balance and to help him
I'm not going to do this.
recognize his blind spots, like he's there to help her recognize her blind spots. Yes,
What first of all, a woman is there to help a man that marries her. Okay. And those are things that if she notices that, then yeah, she can bring that up to him.
I
So,
love when y'all do that. Well, but you can give your cookies and everything to him. But it's a standard of marriage. Come on, knock it off.
Oh, Jesus.
so you think a woman is supposed to be out here helping every man that she's not
Helping the
married?
man that she giving her cookies to. If she gotta give her cookies, yes, she should help the man. Otherwise, why are you giving your cookies?
Is this man going to marry her, or are they?
That's what she should have asked before she gave her cookies.
So do you pay for everything for every woman you sleep with?
It's not about paying. Yeah, actually, if I'm taking them somewhere, usually I do. But the point
No,
being,
but are you paying her rent? Are you paying her bills? Are you doing
so
those?
so I need to be paying all of that stuff. So wait. Now
Oh,
I just said one element. So
oh.
paying is the main thing that a man needs to do.
Well, if a woman is giving up her cookies and you feel like that's the main
So
thing,
so so she's so she's a hooker because I can pay for her cookies. That's what it
Jesus.
boils down to. If I'm paying for everything and she giving me her cookies because I'm paying for everything, then
well,
what
that's
does
how
that make her?
great. That's how you want us to
Okay,
help
what
you.
does that make her? Okay, fine. What does that make her?
But if you want a woman to help you because she's giving you her
I'm
cookies,
helping. Okay, no, I didn't say I want her to help me because she's giving me her cookies. I said
you
her job is to. I said if she's giving her cookies, her job is to help. That's what I said.
okay.
I
So
didn't.
if I'm giving you my cookie, your job is to pay my bills.
Why? Okay, if that's what you feel, then what does that make you?
Damn sure not your wife because you didn't wipe it up. My thing is
A man can pay all your bills. A man, look at Diddy. He can pay all your bills, and so therefore, what? What point does that make? At that point, that you're his.
no,
You
that
should
he's
give him all the cookies. So
that
you
he's
should give him all the cookies. Okay, so you should acquiesce to all of his perversions, and we shouldn't be in court.
I tell you, it's just you fly that thing. I mean, when you on the move, flying to the moon.
Look, if a woman can give up her cookies and you saying, oh, well, she giving her cookies, she should help me. Well, then
No,
you
what
should.
I'm saying is, if you have the audacity to give your cookies and what this is supposed to be the quintessential of your value are your cookies. This is what you have control of. You relinquish that control as soon as you give up them cookies. So if in fact you want to maintain control or you want to maintain balance to where you want to maintain where you might give him a reason to want to be in a relationship, or you might want to understand if he's going to be in a relationship, then you need to maintain your cookies. But a lot of women don't like doing that. A lot of women
Okay, so no cookie, no help. Again, back to what we were talking about.
Spam the chat with 5 hours.
It,
Spam the chat with 5
if
hours.
that is the case, right? No cookie, no
Mhm.
help. Then you would have to tell me that you have an issue with communication.
right, but I can understand that. But if I'm sitting here, you're giving me the cookies. I'm sitting there with you. You're seeing all the things that I'm doing, but I'm just not communicating verbally what you want to hear. It's
That's
not
a
that I'm not communicating verbally because
what
we've
we
been on the phone for hours, according to you. So we're communicating verbally, but I'm just not communicating what you want to hear. Then yeah, you need to take the time to help him communicate that better of what if that's what you want.
Hey, man, what you eating, Ferg? What the hell are you eating, man? Whatever you eat down there, I'm jealous, man. What the hell are you eating? There's peanuts? Mm.
Popcorn. He's watching the show.
Yeah,
He-
I'm sorry. I thought I went. I didn't know I was on mute. No, I'm just eating some cookies. Click on that.
oh, okay.
Hey, speaking of
Oh,
cookies,
cookies! Speaking of cookies, wow, that couldn't have been a better setup.
Some light skinned cookies too.
First, I mean some cookies
Yeah.
now. When I get off of this,
Help?
when I get
Are
off
those
this
cookies
panel,
helping you? Are
Yeah,
those-
they help, man. Shit, keep things cool over here. Everything been good. Shoot, this came from the mountains.
everything's
So-
peaceful until Sean came in. And
Exactly, ladies. You
Yeah.
have to help that man with his communication issues that you don't know that he has, but you're gonna have to help him out.
But Precious, let's be honest. Most men ain't got communication issues. Most men say exactly what it is. If they like you, they ain't really trying to listen to that shit. Even women, people say exactly who they are. People just, if I'm caught up in you, or saying you caught up in me, you ain't really listening to me. You ain't gonna listen to me until you see me with the other girl that probably look better, or vice versa. Now you speaking up. But people know. People can't hide it. You on the phone with me every night till we fall asleep. You ain't asked me no dumbass questions about am I the only one? Are we looking to be serious? Are we gonna get married? You don't want to get married? Are we just like, girl, did you see the game last night? I like the TV show. And what are we talking about? We're talking about adults here. She look like she been spreading them cakes around for some years because everything's spread out. I can tell what they be.
it's no bra month, man. What is it?
Right.
What is no bra? No, May is no bra May.
So why you not having the conversations when he over there with his feet? I mean, what are we talking
I didn't
about?
get the memo.
I'm not gonna talk on the phone with you. Okay, I just use myself. When I first met my wife, we probably talked on when we started talking on the phone. Our first time on the phone was 4 hours. I believe it was every question that I was asking a lot of questions. And then she started asking me questions. So what are we talking about? You ain't know how serious. Are you looking to get married? No. Oh, well, I am. But you're cute though. If lay it on down. If I see you out, I'll speak. But a man, listen, we want the body. the body and the mind had to come together. We can get the body, we don't care about your mind. Because a lot of women, if they like you, they give up their body without even understanding our mind. And then those dudes that ain't got that, a lot of them dudes that ain't got that mind, they coming in with that hammer. They know that's the one thing they got is the hammer. And if they get her hooked, she gonna avoid all of them red flags until he's ready to move on. Now those things become a problem. So I don't know, man. These people not having conversations and not understanding what the person wants, they already know that shit. How is we the modern people, we don't know shit about relationships? It makes no sense to me.
Facts.
But I'm done.
You good, and this coming from the light-skinned brother on the panel, so you know you gotta listen.
Look, in my 20s, y'all would have been mad as hell when I pulled up. All you young little 130 pounds. Listen,
I don't know if y'all
when this dude right here, when that dude right there pulled up, yeah, it was over.
Our pain was already 76 when you was in that picture.
Frank, I just came back from Saudi Arabia, man. I was 23 years old right there, man.
Well, I was about to say my uncle was over, but he was in Kosovo. I got you.
All right. So the moral of the story is women just move on quicker. If you're not getting the desired result, move on quicker. Because the longer you stay, the longer you're hurting yourself. Because that man is not, forcing you to stay. He's only taking what you're giving. So take it away, and there's nothing that he can get from you. All right, so we're going to get into. Let me remove this from the stadium. All right, so we're going to get into Cam Newton and Ace Metaphors. Ace Metaphors video about women exploring their options. Sound like the last woman didn't have any other options.
Average woman that's on my page right now, when I talk about, hey, keep your options open if you're not exclusively dating somebody, you know what I'm saying? Vet multiple men at the same time. Go to coffee here, go to here. You ain't got to sleep with them, but if you single, be single. If you say that, there's women even internalize, I can't do that. That'll make you a hoe.
No, for sure it will.
How?
Because you can't I look at guys through my lens. Mm-hmm. I know that there is guys that's out there that look at relationships and just perspectives like me. Mm-hmm. You're not about to sit up here and be going to coffee dates and other dates with multiple versions of Cam and ain't nobody gonna want nothing out of it. Like I said this before, I don't kiss the cuddle. Like, I'm not going on dates just to be able to say I'm actively dating. I'm going on dates to score. I'm not trying to get friend zone, bro. I'm trying to get in the end zone, bro. If you understand what I'm saying.
Is that a projection then, right? So like now it's saying, okay, because this is how I operate as a man, I'm now projecting how I think all those other men are operating. And now I'm uncomfortable with you exploring your options as a woman and picking the best suitors. Because here's the thing. Cam, there's some people that might be the best suitor on paper. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of niggas with a lot of money that turn out to be lame as fuck or can't be monogamous or whatever the case may be. So on paper, yeah, I'm out here with this particular person, but this dude that work at Louis' janitorial service, this motherfucker's attentive.
Not for you.
Yeah, like and so I only know that through vetting multiple people. And then here's the thing, even if we're gonna be honest about it, that better suits that man. Because how many women are unhappy in relationships because they only dated one nigga at a time? So you are de facto the man she settled for because there was nothing to compare it to during the dating process.
Right.
So it wasn't even like you was the best. You was just the one that asked her out first. Mm-hmm. And then now you invest years of your life into a woman that now figures out like, shit, I don't even really know what I like because she didn't explore it. Mm-hmm. So I think it's even serving to a man to have a woman actually see what she likes and you be the best suitor for her.
Yeah.
All right. So
was it frozen or something? I heard him though. I heard him.
Yeah, we heard it.
It was Ryan. You didn't. Oh, y'all didn't. Okay, so you heard him. It was playing on my end. You guys, it wasn't playing for
Yeah,
you.
it wasn't playing. Yeah. No, but
Oh,
we heard him though. We heard him though.
So is that a double standard of men having options, and is it frowned upon to
Yeah.
have options?
I think I think shit. I think the double standard is when it comes to the having option is when you just have multiple options that you can choose from as a man. You know, when they coined the term, you know, high value man, when it really became popular, saying that he has all these options or men have all these options, and women have a lot of options, but it's when you're sleeping with those options is the problem. I think that that's what's kind of conflated right here right now is going on dates. It's kind of a shaky thing too. Now I think that when you're younger and like what, depending on what age range you're in, I think that like my auntie was telling my little cousin, she said, yo, like, don't worry about love right now, figure out what you want. You know, when you're young, figure out what you want when you're young. It does not mean, like, don't mean having sex with everybody. It don't mean that. It just means, hey, you know, you kind of see things that you like with, okay, I like when this a guy is like this, or I like when a guy is like that, and I like when a guy does this. You know what, I don't really like that so much. And you start to kind of figure out like what you want, the type of man that you want, and those things like that. And then you start guiding yourself through the dating realm like that. Like, soon as you see it's like, ah, yeah, I remember when I went through that, I didn't like that. You know, I remember when that guy showed up like that, I didn't like that. And so you start to figure out what you like, you know, when you're young. When you start to go into the dating options as I'm sleeping with everybody though, or I'm just using everybody for dates, that's when the lines get blurred. You know, when a woman can come online and say, yeah, I went I didn't really buy food for a whole 2 months because I went on dates, 2 dates every single day. I got on Tinder, I had a breakfast date, so I took, or a brunch date, and I took food home to go, and then I went on a dinner date every night. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's like, now that right there is like, you you're not even learning shit. You're literally just using people in that situation. And yeah, you got options because a lot of times that when women get on, say, a dating site, she's going to get over an overwhelming amount of clicks. It's just, so it's gonna make her feel like she got all these different options anyway, because she'll probably sign up at 11:02 right now, and by 11:15 she look back, she gonna have 200 likes. You know what I'm saying? And it's just that way. A woman who don't look good can go to the club and leave with somebody because a dude will sleep with you just because you giving up the cookie, so to say. You know what I mean? But it's like, when you start to figure out what you really want in life and where you want to go, and the if you want to be a wife, and you, or you know, you want to get to that point in life, then those dates should be meaningful dates too. If you're going on multiple dates, it should be to figure out what you want. And it should not be to have sex with every guy. It should not be to use this guy as food. It should not be to use this guy as Mr. Fix It. It should be to figure out what you want so you can get to the next stage of your life. That's what it should be for, in my opinion.
Okay. I think he did. I think Ace Metaphor did say, you know, the woman is not necessarily, and I agree with you, Frank. The woman is not necessarily sleeping with all these men, but she does. You know, she should be able to go out to see what she likes and be able to go out on dates, for that purpose.
I agree with that. And the
It's hard
reason,
for me to listen to anything David's metaphor says. He's kind of reminds me of the other guy.
Are you going next, Sean?
Okay, I guess so. Um, it's hard for me to pay attention to anything Ace Metaphor says. He reminds me of the other Pandora guy. I forget his name. But he's a Pandora. Now there is some validity to what he's saying, but we just finished talking about time and time being wasted. A lot of that is time consuming. So which one is it? We're gonna waste time with all of these different varieties, or are we gonna spend time with somebody who's quality? I don't get it. Let's make up our mind.
I don't. So spending 8 years or 4 or 5 years with one person as opposed to actively dating, to 2 or 3. I don't know how many men, women be dating at a time, but is a little different because you can see different things in different people, as rather than just being with someone for years and it not panning out to be what you thought it would be. If the guy is a good quality man, I can't imagine that they would break up or it would be the end of a relationship, but relationships do end. But I think this is I think this is before you even get to any type of long-term dating.
Right.
It you to go out on a date with someone one date and then say, oh, I want to spend the rest of my life with this person. I mean, if y'all are on the same page, then do what you do. But if you don't have anything to base it off of, I don't I don't I don't see anything wrong. My thing is I've always found it difficult to focus on a few people at a time. I don't know how. I think that women who just don't have, like Frank was saying, like, oh, she has a dinner date every night or every other night or whatever, don't buy groceries because she's going out so much. I think those women really don't have a lot to do or have anything to focus their attention on other than going out and having a good time and making sure that somebody else pays for their meals. But I think that so I've always had an issue, with that. However, I don't think that there is anything wrong with a woman um having options. I don't think that there's anything, because a woman is going to have options. I mean, I would think if she's a woman, she's a pretty, attractive woman, she's going to have options. So I don't necessarily think that there's anything wrong with that. I do think that there is something wrong when you're giving, all of your options, all of this time and access to you and things of that nature. Um, it's funny, Frank. I was talking with my sister the other day, and you talked about how women have the dinner date and the guy who's like Mr. Fix It and things of that nature. And we were saying that women have men like that because there are some men that are not Mr. Fix It, right? You have a single woman, right? And she needs something fixed or something's going on with her car, and you have men that are totally oblivious to things like that, and then you have men who know exactly what they're doing. They can help you, they can assist you, and whenever you have those issues. And so that's why women have because every man is not the same. Every man does not get his hands dirty. Every man is not hands on. There are some men that's just like, oh, I'll just send you a couple dollars to pay for it. Then there are men that it's like, I'll come over there right now, help you out, and bang the job out as far as the car or whatever is going wrong.
Keyword bang.
Right.
I think, damn, I use the wrong words around.
But you're right though, because you and your sister are right.
They're just different men who are just better than other men in different areas.
But hold on, RP. Hold on, RP. Let me just respond with this real quick. But the problem with that is that those guys want something from you. They would not be coming over to fix your car, fix your refrigerator, mow your lawn, paint your house, fix the leak in the ceiling. They wouldn't be coming over if they did not want nothing from you. And so if a woman knows that this guy is really only coming over there because he wants something from her. Even I know married men who have been in the same situation where a woman is like, yeah, I really don't mess with married men, but I call Mr. Jim over every. And guess what? Mr. Jim still be like, when he come over there, like, because he's trying to bang more than those. He's trying to bang more than the pipes. He's trying to bang you too.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing with women. When what you just said though, Precious, so nonchalantly, is that women don't have no need for men unless they know how to extract something out of them. Right. So all the random male orbiters, like you said, Frank, around a woman want something from them, and women know this. So they will have a guy who's a maintenance man, or the guy who will do this, or a guy who will do that, or lift the heavy furniture. And it's a subtle way women manipulate men all the time. It's like if a man has no use, then he ain't around you. So a lot of women they size guys up in what the man's usefulness is to them. But getting on the point of this whole video, right, with Ace Metaphor, he did say at the end, well, one of the things we've got a big problem with is he's talking about women playing the field. That's what it's called. That's in my 100,000-year-old. It's called playing the field. Men and women don't have a double standard. Men and women's sexual relationships with each other is on a different standard. That's the problem we have. We try to equate these two things. There's not. So when a woman wants to get to know a man, like she's saying, you can have multiple dates, you don't have to sleep with him. He said that in the beginning, but that's not what he ended with. That's not what he ended with. If you listen to him, what he ended with, he intimated that these women should sleep with these guys to know what they want. Because you're not going to get all the shit that you want out of a man to know he's the best choice if there's no physical intimacy at all. How do you put the whole puzzle piece together? And then find a man that you want to marry. Now, let me tell you, most women don't marry the guy who banged them out the best. If they've been sexually active, most women don't marry the man who were their best lovers. Just like most men might not marry the woman who was their best lovers. I think it's a poor metric for a man to marry a woman because she had the best box. That's a horrible metric. So I'm saying that, so if you have a woman who played the field a lot, she might love you and all that kind of stuff, but a lot of us don't never forget the people we had the best fun with. You don't have to dwell on it, but it's in the memory. That's why you don't want your woman to have so many partners, because the comparisons could be inevitable. So I'm just saying, his thing about playing the field, of course, you have multiple dates, but let's face it, in 2025, if a woman is dating 10 guys to figure out something, she's sleeping with at least 4 or 5 of them.
10,
and if he's taking women out, his sole goal is to get laid. That's what Ace Metaphor said. He might not get lucky, but that's his goal. So, women, it's not a flex for women to get sex.
Okay.
That's not, I'm going to be finished. It's not, when women have a lot of sex, that's just not a flex. I mean, it's easy for women to get sex, if they want it, So I'm just saying, I think no matter how we twist it, the more virtuous a woman is with her and more exclusive she is with her virtue, her box, the better.
That was Cam. That was Cam who said he was talking about sleeping with the women. That wasn't Ace.
No. Ace. Well, listen to what Ace said at the end too. I know Cam said it, but listen to what Ace said. Well, how should a woman know unless she? He slipped that shit in. And I think we missed it. That's why I wish we would have seen him. This whole notion that a woman's going to know something about a man just by going on dates with him. and then she could choose the right one just on that. It's just bullshit.
It's because it's not about her knowing the man.
Well,
It's
that's what he
about
said, though.
no, but I'm talking. But I'm just saying. I'm saying like from the opposite end. It's not about her knowing the man exactly and
Yeah, but that's
everything
what
that
he
the
said,
man.
though. I mean, you're saying that. I'm saying what Ace Metaphor was going at.
I
We need to hear that again because if we could see him, I'm just saying, it's. I think he's missing words. Yeah, this we got this fat guy on here. Ooh, this guy. He looks like me, but he ain't as handsome as I am. There you go.
The average woman that's on my page right now, when I talk about, hey, keep your options open if you're not exclusively dating somebody, you know what I'm saying? Vet multiple men at the same time. Go to coffee here, go to here. You ain't got to sleep with them, but if you single, be single. If you say that, there's women even internalize, I can't do that. That'll make you a hoe.
No, for sure it will.
How?
Because you can't keep, like, I look at guys through my lens.
Mm-hmm.
I know that there is guys that's out there that look at relationships and just perspective like me. Mm-hmm. You're not about to sit up here and be going to coffee dates and other dates with multiple versions of Cam and ain't nobody gonna want nothing out of it. Like I said this before, I don't kiss the cuddle. Like, I'm not going on dates just to be able to say I'm actively dating. I'm going on dates to score. I'm not trying to get friend zone, bro. I'm trying to get in the end zone, bro. If you understand what I'm saying.
Is that a projection then, right? So like now it's saying, okay, because this is how I operate as a man, I'm now projecting how I think all those other men are operating. And now I'm uncomfortable with you exploring your options as a woman and picking the best suitors. Because here's the thing, Cam, there's some people that might be the best suitor on paper. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of niggas with a lot of money that turn out to be lame as fuck or can't be monogamous or whatever the case may be. So on paper, yeah, I'm out here with this particular person, but this dude that work at Louis' janitorial service, this motherfucker's attentive.
Not for you.
Yeah, like and so I only know that through vetting multiple people. And then here's the thing, even if we're gonna be honest about it, that better suits that man. Because how many women are unhappy in relationships because they only dated one nigga at a time? So you are de facto the man she settled for because there was nothing to compare it to during the dating process.
Right.
So it wasn't even like you was the best. You was just the one that asked her out first. Mm-hmm. And then now you invest years of your life into a woman that now figures out like, shit, I don't even really know what I like because she didn't explore it. Mm-hmm. So I think it's even serving to a man to have a woman actually see what she likes and you be the best suitor for her.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly what he said. She doesn't even know what she likes.
Yeah,
and so that's what I was.
Wait a minute, though, Frank. He said that she doesn't know what she likes. How she's gonna know it if she ain't letting people bang it out?
He's not, because he's not talking about sex. He's talking about that's not what he's talking about.
How's a woman gonna find out about a man,
bro? Because it's the same thing. It's the exact same thing that my auntie told my little cousin when she was 18. No, she told her to not date for love. She said, go out, figure out what you want. Don't give your body up, but figure out what you like. Just figure out what you like, so you can. So when you find
for me, Frank, how does she figure out what she like if she don't get intimate with the guy?
It's not about.
I'm asking you a question
because you're talking about sexual.
No. I'm asking you, how does she figure out what she like without being intimate with the guy?
Talking about when you're getting to know somebody or you're going on dates, how a man treats you. Like if a guy treats you if a guy pull up to the date and say, as soon as he pull up to the date, and because there are guys out there that are that upfront, there are guys that are that upfront. Hey, so you know what I'm saying? So you know if I pay for this, and then shit, my little cousin like, okay, hold up. I got my shit. I'm gonna pay for my own shit. Now she knows, like, yo, if a guy pull up and approach me like this ain't the type of nigga that I want to be with.
That's
like those are dope guys. But
that's an easy extreme example.
It's not an extreme example because shit like that happens for real.
I do know that happens, but still,
okay, so it's not extreme.
Still doesn't change. That's still listen. I don't have to go. You don't have to go out on a date and say, listen, let's go Dutch. Because I don't want to have obligations. People know that if a man takes you out, he thinks you're obligated to do something for him. You don't have to have a lot of dates to know that.
And everything
So all I'm just trying to say is,
ain't one way.
I
is all
just
I'm
think
saying.
Ace metaphor. I think you guys are trying to say. I think that, and this, like I said, a woman goes out with 5 or 10 guys and find out who she likes the best. She's sleeping with half.
It's not who she likes, it's what she likes. That's why
Okay,
you.
so
That's what you're saying.
Say it,
There's
Frank.
a difference,
she's gonna
bro.
like everything else, but
Because
what he
words
does
matter.
with a goddamn brass ring. Are you
Words
saying
matter.
that the brass ring doesn't
No,
matter?
I'm saying that words matter. Like he didn't say find out. He didn't say find out who you like. He's saying find out what you like as a person. What you like.
Oh,
So if
yes, so her sexual part is not what you like either. That's separate
I'm
from
not
what you
saying
like.
I'm not
Yeah, so what you talking
I'm
about?
not saying that bro, because you're making it all or nothing.
No,
That's
I'm
why
not. I'm just saying
you're
it's
the one
included.
said
You
it.
can't exclude it though.
You didn't say it was included.
I don't agree with you excluding that part of it because you want some wholesome bullshit. The
You
chick
got
is
it.
going. If I want to find out what I like, how could sex not be a part of that?
You got it.
No, I don't got it. I'm just saying. The Ace metaphor is he's missing fucking words, man. He's telling them women to play the field.
No,
I mean, okay, that's just me. I'll concede that he could be
not
all
necessarily
right.
in the field. When you when you apply to colleges, are you only going to just apply to the one that you really want to get into?
It's not the same thing.
To apply,
it's not the same thing. We're talking about human relationships. That's
right.
not the same. It's not a good analogy.
You're talking about human relationships, and so you're saying, okay, so what exactly are you saying?
Let me tell you.
Are you saying that
we got generations of women who told younger women to play the field, and they don't necessarily say have sex. The implications are when you're out there, you're gonna be banging people out. If they say don't get tied down, play the field. They never say have sex. Play the field, find out what you want, and it always translates for some of those guys into physical things. And by the time they want the man they want, they're filled with all kinds of trauma. I mean, I just think, let's be honest. He's saying all of this shit. It sounds good, but it's just bullshit. You can't have a rotation of guys. I'm going to date with you, find out whether you have etiquette at the dinner table. You don't. And then all of a sudden, I'm gonna know what's the best man for me to marry.
Did you think that you were your wife's only option, or do you think that she had other guys that liked her that wanted?
Sure, I can answer that. When I met her, she was with a guy at the party.
Oh, so you weren't the only option?
No, well, not that night. Until after that.
Okay, so.
I mean,
your wife had options.
But what he's saying is you have options naturally. So stop it. You just finished talking about the options of different men that you have to service you. You don't have to explore every option that you have. You have options just because of how you look, because you have a cookie. You have options. So just like he said, if you leave the club, somebody said it earlier, an ugly girl, she still have options to get picked up. So let's not say you need to go out there to explore more options is what Ace is encouraging, and he's full of it.
Exploring more options. It's vetting the options that you do have.
Again, you have options. You're right. Vetting don't mean you got to go out there to find. Your options are always there. You have options always available to you.
Right. And what he's saying is to vet those options instead of putting all your eggs in one basket.
But we hear him. He's saying what you want to hear, what you ladies want to hear. That's what he always does. And that's what we're sitting there pushing back on. He's saying what you want to hear as opposed to what is going to be most beneficial for you. I do agree. That's why I said he has some validity.
Those options don't include sex is what I think is bullshit.
And I agree. That's why I say he has some validity to what he's saying. But then there's a lot of gray areas that a lot of people like to dance around is what you're getting at, Pain. And that gray area is that when you start exploring those options or vetting those options, that the ability to get banged out, as he would say, as Payne would say, it gets higher.
Of course, of course, men would say that because, like,
men would say that because we're the ones banging y'all out. We're the ones who get to bang y'all out.
So of course you would say that because your only objective on a date is to score, according to Cam Newton.
No, that's no. According to us, we're telling you a lot of men's only objective is to score. That's what you call it was just
Right.
saying. But y'all don't get it.
Okay, so in your mind, because men think like this, on the other side, you're thinking that women are having sex with all of these men.
Nobody said all.
No, we know that women are having sex with some of the men, is what we're saying. And y'all act like y'all not.
I didn't say all. I didn't. I even gave numbers.
No, man. Well, what I'm saying is y'all acting like people can't learn what they like and like like what y'all know. Y'all are acting like people can't learn what they like in a person, like what they like. Even if you go on a date and you experience something that is bad, or you experience something that is good, or a guy treats you a certain type of way, or a woman treats you a certain type of way. In order for us as guys, when I was in high school, in order for me to know what I like, what type of girl did I like? Because I had to turn down a whole bunch of girls. But you know what I did? I was able to talk to them too. There was girls I never had sex with. They literally wanted me. They talked to me every day in school, and then I was like, but nah, and I still chose who I chose. Like it didn't have to. I'm not saying that sex is not a part of the equation, but for me to know what I like in a woman, I had to experience women. Like I had to date women. I had to see how it was. And guess what that made me know? Okay, if I meet a woman who do this, or a woman is like this, I'm not fucking with her. Like it just is what it is, without the sex or with the sex. I'm not fucking with her. I know exactly where to slot this woman if I meet a woman like this, bruh. Like, and if I meet a woman like this, I can tell, like, okay, boom, like this right here, I can slot her in this area because she is a wifey type. This woman gives me this type of vibe. This woman does this, and this, and she checks this off. Like this. Now, whether we have sex or not, she is presenting herself as a wife. This woman over here is presenting herself as a jump. I'm going to treat her as such. It's only one way to know that. You don't know that by not dating, and then the first nigga that talked to you, then I'm just saying, then the first nigga that talked to you, that's the only nigga that you ever talked to. Now you know that that's the only thing that you like. That's not real shit.
Frank, what you're saying is correct, but it's not the only way. You can learn from like you just finished saying that's the only way you can learn. That's what I said. That's not true.
Oh, okay.
But the point that you made a valid point. You can learn through experience. You can also learn through direction. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of what's been spoken before. Ferg said he had a lot of sisters, so he learned a lot of stuff through his sisters sharing and showing him certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Coach Ferg. I didn't have the luxury of sisters, so Frank, I'm in the same boat with you. I gotta sometime go out there and figure it out. I get it. But that's not the only way.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that, but okay. Even if Ferg, guess what? Even if Coach Ferg, I'm about to say, yeah, facts. Even if Coach Ferg had a lot of sisters, guess what they did? They taught him how to navigate that. They did not teach him what it was when he got out there, because Coach Ferg still had to get out there and experience this shit for himself. He didn't know if this woman was going to be right for him or not by going out, because what his sister said. He knew because he went out there and he experienced his life for himself. You have to go through this shit. It don't mean you gotta fuck everybody, bro. Like
nobody's saying that though. You keep saying everybody.
All I'm saying, because you're talking about
no, don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say everybody.
What you said was if she's dating 10 people, which
she's
is
gonna be banging some of those guys out.
But what you said was extreme. You said 10 people. No, you said what I said was extreme when I said, oh, a guy can come up to a date and say, if I'm paying for everything, I'm expecting sex at the end of the night. You said that was extreme, but extreme is dating 10 people at once. That's extreme. Fucking 5 of them at once is extreme. That's extreme. I'm just saying, but if she's dating 3 people, but she's physically attracted to one person and she has sex with that one person, but she's dating dates that other, or that she is dating the other people, and then she cuts this guy off, and then she cuts that guy off because she figured out what she wants, and it might not even be the person that she was sexually attracted to at first. She found out what she wanted. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, listen, man. Maybe you should sign up with Ace Metaphor.
I don't need to. I don't need to because I'm not. Because I don't pander. Because I don't pander to women.
We can't have it both ways. We're in 2025 now. All of a sudden, all the women are virtuous like that. You know what I'm saying? They got rosters, man. They got rosters. And if you're the guy who wants to vet a woman, and she tells you she's just playing the field, and then once she figures it out, she's gonna come back to you. If she told you that, if she told you that, you wouldn't like it
because nobody says that.
I'm not sleeping with the guys
because nobody says that.
I'm just trying to find out what I want.
That's because nobody says that. It's the same with a man.
Of course, nobody says that because she's dragging them out.
It's the same with a man. When a man meet a woman and it's the same with a man when
she asks you.
All I'm saying when a man first meets a woman, he don't say I got 5 girls on my roster.
I suppose she asks you.
And it don't matter. He's not gonna say I got 5 women on my roster.
He's going to answer the question. Suppose she asks you.
He's still not going to say I got 5 women on my roster.
Well, because then he's a liar.
This is the truth.
Okay.
Frank. I will say this. I have met women and told them that I had options, and it didn't work favorably to me. But it was very honest, and I did tell them, and they was like, "Why do I need to know? Or why do I?" A lot of women don't like competition. They don't like to understand that there's competition. And they want you to compete, but they don't want to act like there's competition for them. And that's just an unfortunate reality. And so, to your point, I understand what you're saying. I understand what Payne is saying. There's a middle ground. Yeah, there's a middle ground, and nobody, like, for example, Precious, you just said a second ago that you and your sister had a conversation, and that there's a handyman who does this and that. And the way I look at it is, if that's the case, pay for that man. Why are you using your effervescent charm to get what you want? That's when it becomes
paying for sex. Don't go
there. And guess what? I think.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
Don't go there.
Okay. Anyway, y'all should be paying for sex out here in these streets. Okay.
Listen. If you need something fixed, call Coach Ferg. I'll come through with my tube belt on, with my little tank top t-shirt, and my little shorts, and I'm gonna fix that shit. I got tools, man. I got our tools. I got house tools. Just call me after 3:00 and pay me up front, cash on delivery.
Yeah, that's paid.
Ace Metaphor, listen, man. Listen, I thought about this, man. I saw the topic. I saw the picture. I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, you go. I want to get rich. I told our pain earlier, man. You want to get rich? Start talking to the ladies, man. Make them feel good about who they are. You're going to make the bag. But again, we have daughters. Let's assume we all have daughters, right? We all have daughters. 14, our daughters are built like the mama. You starting to look at your daughter like, hold up, wait a minute. Now, baby girl, I know you like this boy, but go out there and date multiples. Date a few guys. Get to know what you like. Now she's dating 4 guys, and 2 of them are going to be a little aggressive about getting it. 2 of them ain't. 2 of them, the ones that ain't, she might like, but the ones that are aggressive, she might give into. So what do? She's 4 bodies in at 17. You think she's going to have the understanding of what she likes best? No. And that's the thing. I wouldn't recommend nobody had a child, daughter. Dating is different. Like, you pull up at you get some coffee, he come over and sit on the couch for an hour or 2. That's a date, goddamn. Sit on the porch, you know what I'm saying? Talk to him, get inside his head. You know what I'm saying? That's a date. You know what I'm saying? Walk around the park and shit. That's a date. But again, we over sexualize ourselves too soon. We do. We over sexualize ourselves, and I just hope that, you know, despite all these, I don't know, this bullshit about dating a lot, yeah. Y'all got sisters, y'all got cousins, y'all got aunties. Stay away from those that you know that ain't shit in your family. Date the total opposite. You no matter how good she looks, date the total opposite, because you're going to get what you get. They know that they look good. They know they got options too. And they go exercise those options. When her car break down, Sean go pay for it, and she go take me out to eat later on. Frank go pay for it. She gonna let me come over and, you know, and get burn off calories.
Come on, Coach. You know who I am. There,
See, I just use y'all because y'all easy. But listen, guys, if you see stuff like that, they can't hide it for too long. They can't.
True.
They can't hide it. So you cannot avoid red flags. And when you see it and you believe this and you know it's something you can't deal with, man, just walk away from it. Because she'll circle back around. Where you been? I haven't talked to you. I've been doing me. But now you stay in control. So all coochie ain't good coochie. So just be mindful, man. And women today, they moving a little different than the women of old. Let them play themselves out. Believe what they do and not what they say. Because a sister will cry and lie at the same time. So believe what they do and not what they say.
Is that a
Which
sign?
goes to that point that I was making. It goes to that point that I was making earlier.
Do you follow Ace's logic?
Do I follow his logic? I think that I don't think that women should just be out here sleeping around. I don't think that that's a good philosophy to go off of, just because you're just that energy. I don't believe that women can uphold that energy with multiple men. I think that a woman is going to, you know, have relations with someone that she probably enjoys having relations with, but she'll have, you know, somebody that is able to fix her car, somebody that's able to, you know, do all the, you know, that person as lunch in her phone. I think those women are directly using men. I don't think that women should use men. I think that women should, like Frank was saying, know what they want. And you don't know that unless you're talking to someone. You don't know that unless you're in conversation with someone. Like I remember I was on the phone with a guy and he talked about motorcycles and how much he loved motorcycles and how he's part of a motorcycle club and da da da. And I just knew, like, I have no interest in motorcycles whatsoever. Like I just wouldn't vibe with this guy. Like that was most of the conversation on the phone. And then some other things were just like, yeah, I don't know about that. That's how you vet people. Like they will start talking about certain things, and it's just like I just can't get with a lot of the things that you're talking about. And so never slept with the man, never even went on a date with the man. It was just over the phone. So, you know, it doesn't have to you're not vetting people after you sleep with them. It's honestly before you sleep with them. It's like, okay, do we vibe? Do we share the same interests? Do we share the same beliefs? You know, that's vetting someone. And again, you don't know those things until you have a conversation with them. Maybe you go out to eat with them, you know, and it's just off, and you just make up your mind that, yeah, no, I just can't, I'm just not feeling it here. But as far as what Ace Metaphor was saying, I think that there's nothing wrong with a woman vetting men to see who's the most viable option for her, because men, like Sean was saying earlier, can do one thing, say another, or say one thing and do another. And I don't think that women should waste their time with a man who is not clear on what he wants. There are men who are going to be upfront and clear with what they want. And those are the men that you should focus your time on. Any man that's, bringing you around the rigmarole, who is, talking your ear off, but there is no action behind what he's saying. I think that those men just don't, it's a dead end there. But if you come into situations where you have men who know what they want and they want the same thing that you want, those are the people that you vet. Those are the people that you get to know. Those are the people that you say, you know what, we want the same things, and we can see our lives going the same way. Maybe me and him could have a opportunity to date and see where it goes, and see if we're really headed in the same direction that we say that we are. I see nothing wrong with that. I see
nothing wrong with what you just said.
And that's all I'm saying, man. Is how many it's just the same. How many situations have we seen of a woman dating her high school sweetheart, getting into her 30s and 40s and feeling like I'm not saying she's wrong or right. I'm saying or whatever. I'm just saying that she get into her 30s and 40s and start feeling like she missed out on something. Feeling like she never really even experienced life. Feeling like she never had and that doesn't mean having sex. It doesn't mean just having sex. It means that she feels like she don't know nothing else. Like she don't know like if this dude was like really the dude for her. She just knows that this is the only guy that she dated in high school, and so they just dated and they stayed. A lot of them would say we stayed together just because we felt like we had to stay together. Like, and that's all I'm saying is like, yeah, like sometimes like it I would never tell my daughter to go out, have sex with a whole bunch of guys, and then figure out what you want in life. Like, no, like I would not tell her that. But if my daughter said, hey, there's two guys right here like that I'm interested in. This guy wears his pants down low, he does all this, he sags, he does this, and then this guy over here, he's interested in STEM like me, and this and this and this and this. Like, I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna give her my advice. Yo, the guy who likes STEM just like y'all share similar interests. I think y'all should I think that you should kind of see what he, get to know his mental and see what he's like. Like, see if you guys really are aligned or whatever the case may be. Mm-hmm. But again, that guy, she might talk to him, get to know him, and he might not be the guy for her. But then she might talk to a guy who's about to be going to nursing school or some shit like that. And then she's like, you know what? I like this. Like, this is the type of dude that I like. So now this is the guy that she chooses. Like, in real life, none of us ever just dated one person and figured out everything that we like. It's just not realistic. Like, it's just not. It does not mean that you got to be banging everybody out here.
You guys are just tripping, man. Because if I said that shit, if I said all the shit you just said, you fucking guys would be saying that's what happened back in your day.
That's not what
nobody's moving that way this day. If you're hanging out with people, I mean, what you just said is the way things were back in my day.
How would you know you're not even dating?
Listen, I didn't talk over you. You just finished having your whole soliloquy.
I'm just asking, how would you know?
Listen, I didn't say that you just have to have sex. I'm just saying all of this plain old great. You know why? If it was just that simple to be able to date to find out whether you want somebody. If somebody had a high school sweetheart that they married, and when they got into their 30s and they did a Tia Mowry, she left because she wanted a new dick. She said all this other shit. She just wanted a new dick. So a woman would get there and say, well, I only had one man. Not that I didn't explore how everybody thought. I only had one man, and I want another man to touch me. That's just the reality of it. So we could have all these flowery words when the older women told all of those girls are up and coming, 18, 21, don't get married in your 20s. Go explore. The only thing those women heard was go out there and get laid. And that's why we have the conundrum we have today. There's nothing wrong with making a choice and sticking by. You know what? They used to have arranged marriages. They didn't even love each other. They learn to love each other after they got together. You have a baby by a guy you're supposed to be married to. And then you're supposed to. So all I'm just trying to say, we could come up with all this kind of stuff. When you tell people that they're going to explore and they could do all that stuff. Let me talk to you and let me see if I. Yeah, but the coup de grace is how do you make me feel internally? That's got to be part of it. So we can't exclude one or the other. It's all of it. It is all of it. So I mean, you could deny it all you want. You just deny it all. The woman's out there single at 21, single at 22, single at 23, dating around, even if she ain't sleeping. And sooner or later, she's gonna want to sleep with more than one guy. I mean, it's just what's going on. That's part of it. I mean, I just don't understand that. I mean, listen, everybody listen. Ace Metaphor panders to women, and the point of that whole thing is to say, listen, you know what, women don't have to be exclusive to the guy, and I agree with that. But don't tell me you just go and playing tiddlywinks with the goddamn guys.
That's not what we said.
I don't want to hear that.
That's not what I said.
I didn't say that. What you said, I said Ace Metaphor.
I don't think that's what he said.
Well, here's the issue that I have with what Ace Metaphor said, and it's not about exploring or vetting. It's about learning how to vet. A lot of women just don't know how to vet, and going on dates is not going to help them. That's the problem. It's not about being vetting somebody and vetting options. It's about what do you call vetting? Do you got to spend somebody money to vet them? No. Do you got to go ahead and you can have conversations to vet? There's a lot of different ways to vet. The problem is women and in this day and age don't know how to vet.
Well, and their standards go out the window if it's a guy they like. All
right.
That shit
So the vetting, right. So
if it's a guy that all that horse shit that we talk about, they throw it right out the window. All of it. So I mean, you know what, man? I'm just saying. I know we could pull a wall over each other's eyes. I mean, the real world is just the real world. I mean, that's all. I mean, it'd be nice. We wouldn't have so much relationship problems if it did work out the way Ace Metaphor is trying to say it's work, or like you say, Frank. But it just doesn't seem to be that simple. And of course, not for me, because everybody's complaining. Why is everybody complaining if everything is just that simple?
Huh? I don't think because we're humans and we make it complicated. Like Lauren Hill said, it could all be that simple, but we rather make it hard.
I mean, think about it. Think about it. What I said with the vetting. If you don't know how to golf, it don't matter. No, it don't matter how many times you go to a golf course simulator. You're still not without somebody teaching you proper techniques on how to become better. It's not. It's going to be pointless. So why are we sitting here saying we got to learn how to vet? We got to learn how to help women vet better. We got to learn how to help men vet better.
No, that's true.
Right now, we don't do that. We put our focus on the wrong things and get caught up on terminologies and semantics. But really, what it boils down to is if we knew how to vet better, we wouldn't have as many relationship issues. We wouldn't have to learn how to distinguish words from actions and actions from words and so on and so forth. We just don't know what to look for. And we need to learn that better.
I think I agree with that. Vetting for one is not vetting for another. And we know that vetting pretty much is, getting the information that we need. Vetting, I agree, vetting shouldn't have to require you to come out of your pocket. We could go on a walk and I can be vetting you. We could have a talk over the phone and I can be vetting you. Vetting is pretty much getting information before you even go on a date. That's part of vetting. But I think that definition has been taken out of context in today's society because A lot of women think that they have to vet a man. Vetting a man is based on if he's going to spend $250 on a date, and that's not an accurate picture of vetting a man, because the money can run dry one day. Who is that man when he can't pay $250 for a date anymore? That's what you need to vet. You need to know who the man is. For men, you need to know who the woman is. You know, who is she at her core? And so we're talking to those people who really want to know who people are before you're actually getting into serious situations with them, because you do have a lot of women who, you know, they have their high school sweetheart, they marry their high school sweetheart, and then they get into the marriage and they're like, oh, well, I'm not happy. Well, did you only vet that person? Was that the only person that, you know, was on your radar? And for most times it is. If it's a high school sweetheart, that's the person that you chose to probably go to prom with, you know, go to the after graduation trip and things like that. And so I think that when you're young like that, your options are not as plentiful as when you get older, because when you get older, you know, you do things like travel, you may work a different job where it allows you to meet new people. But I think that vetting definitely, and its definition definitely needs to be clarified a little bit better for the people of this generation, because this generation is looking for what a person can give to you, as opposed to who the person truly is and what their heart posture is. So, you know, there's nothing wrong with vetting options if you have them, but your vetting needs to be done in a good heart posture, and not necessarily what you're going to get from this person. And I think that's how a lot of people vet. Like, what am I going to get from this person? If I attach myself to this person, what am I going to get from it? And not necessarily how can me and this person become one? What do they have? What do I have? And how can we become a team to make it one? A lot of people are not vetting with that in mind. Not the young generation anyway. And that's how vetting was done back in our Payne's time. People saw what they had, they brung together what they had, and you know, they made it work. But a lot of times it was, who is this person to their core? You know, who is a person without all the extras? And now people want to know, well, what extras do you come with? What else is in the box?
The box. Men vet by what the box is, and women vet by what the pockets is, and that's unfortunate.
I don't know if men vet this by that either, but it also depends on when you meet. Like me and my wife, she was 25, 24, I was 26 or some shit like that.
You know, I get preference in this day and age.
You know, well, the point really is she been through college. Well, so whatever kind of dating she was doing there, whatever she was doing, right? I mean, I guess that was enough for her, right? Because when she met me, all that shit was over. So, I mean, it's degrees to all of this stuff. You know, none of us marry virgins, right? So, as far as men, we don't even require it anymore. So, if I'm dating a woman and, you know, she's unavailable, like the chick in this video that you showed us, she said something critical. She said she was always available for this guy. He just didn't like her that way. But he didn't have to worry about her. She was telling us he didn't have to worry about her having a rotation, whether she was sleeping with him or not. She was saying, listen, if you want me, I'm right here. And he didn't want her, you know, for whatever reason. We don't know why. And that's how I would be. I mean, listen, if when I was getting married, my wife told me she's still trying to fucking audition a few men, whether she was having sex with them or not, it's over. I'm not competing for you like that. I want you to, if you want me, you dropping them son of a bitches without me asking. You know, and that's how I look at it. How much you walking towards me. So Ace Metaphor is telling women, go ahead, explore. Yeah, if you don't have anybody in your pocket, yeah, explore. But you got to make up your mind kind of fast. Because listen, if I'm the one you want to get serious with, I don't want to know that even if you lie to me. So now we're starting our relationship with you lying to me because you're still exploring. So I have major issues with that. You should be done exploring when you meet me. If you're not, then just keep moving on because
Well,
I'm not gonna be
that brings us back to you making it clear that your intentions are to go long
yeah,
term with her
yeah.
as well,
But,
because
but she's gotta,
that could be a reason why he was saying that, because you
okay.
will have men that will date you, and you may feel like you're in a relationship with this person, but there is no clear communication about that. The man is not upfront. And so, if a man, I think it would be easy to vet a man who said, yeah, I really like you. I want to see where this goes with me, and I want to be with you exclusively. Then it would give a woman no reason to vet other men. She had no reason to vet anybody else because you made it clear that you wanted her, and you wanted her for the long haul.
And she has to also say, well, maybe this is good enough. Maybe I didn't want to look anymore. My search is over. And that's important. That was important to me. So most guys, I think most guys don't. They let the woman say, well, I like you, but I'm still out there. And some guys would accept that. I pity those guys.
And Chris,
But I would not accept that.
what I was saying earlier, and you brought it back up, is sometimes men don't know how to say they are afraid of marriage because of this day and age, and because of how many people have been burnt through marriage, and they don't know how to express that, but they are very interested in having a committed, loving relationship, but that marriage is something that they aren't mature enough to get beyond. And you have to use your discernment as a woman to recognize that
No, you have
and
to use
help.
your words as a man to express that. I
The
don't.
man has to express it.
We're too grown.
I hear you, but obviously, I started out with saying he doesn't know how to express that. That's what I
But you
started
need
out saying.
But
somebody.
that's the problem. That's the problem, though,
That's the
Sean.
problem, right? Like
I
that's
agree. I agree. But so he has this one problem, right? So he has this one problem, but all this other great stuff. But you have a lot of problems too. And so, if in
he should
fact he
call
has a
for it.
one problem, if he has one problem, all I'm saying to women specifically is, if that one problem is not, if he's treating you right and doing all of the things that you love, why are you not recognizing that?
No, he's got
Women
that.
can't recognize anything in confusion, Sean. I'm sorry, it just won't happen.
He's got to
Why?
say.
Well, then why should men? Because women are confused beings.
Yeah,
Women
but
can't
you got to put order to her chaos, Sean.
I
exactly.
agree. I'm not disputing
And
that.
so
But
you got to say it.
If you're
all I'm
adding
saying
to
is,
chaos, then she's not going to see you as someone who has clear direction.
okay,
It's
okay,
not going to happen.
okay, okay, and she can miss out on a great guy.
He's going to miss out on women because he can't
No,
communicate.
no, no, no. He's not. A woman will find some very great qualities, and all of that time, all of that energy, all of that loving, all of that care that he has given her. A
Let her,
woman will find it.
because
But guess what?
man is
She ain't
supposed
gonna find another man.
a man is supposed to find a wife. So if a woman got to find this man out in some
Yeah.
Okay.
type of
But
way,
I
you
know,
know
but
where this
women are
person.
right. But women don't do that nowadays. Let's be clear. Let's not act like that's the case. Like she's waiting for a man to find her, because that's not the case. That's
Okay, well,
far
then I
from
guess he
reality.
won't find her.
Huh?
I guess he won't find her then if that's not the case. If women
Well,
are,
no, no. What I'm saying is, women aren't taking the liberty to sit down and allow to be found. That's the point that I'm making. No, y'all are not taking the initiative to sit back and let somebody find you.
well, if he can't communicate, there's no way he's going to find her.
Okay, I mean, again, I'm not saying that every man has a communication problem,
And he
but a
might
lot
find
of them do.
her.
A lot of them do. A lot of men have the same problems a lot of women do. A lot of women are insecure and don't know how to say it. A lot of men are insecure and don't know how to say it. A
But
lot of
Sean,
men
how is this
disguise
guy
it with
going to propose?
money.
How is this particular man going to propose to anybody if he don't know how to say it?
Because guess what? You learn how to do things you don't
You
know
know,
how to
actually,
do in time.
you know
That's
how to,
very easy. It's very easy. You learn how to do things you don't know
you
how
know
to
how
do
to
in time.
execute, but you don't know how to be vulnerable and say how you feel and what's on your mind.
Well, what I'm saying is that's a learned, yeah, that's a learned behavior. Yes, that's a learned behavior. And some men, a lot of men have that scenario. Quite frankly, a lot of men disguise the bravado with confidence, and it's really a false sense of confidence. Their confidence is their money often,
It
and
might
that's
have
what
been
they stick with.
because at the end of the day, if you have money but you do not know how to express yourself as a man, then the
Then
money will be good for you.
guess what? You got that money will attract a lot of women, and you will get a lot of women, and we know this.
Still, I'm sad
You
because
don't have to express anything. All you have to do is come out your pocket.
Yeah, man. But now you building castles in the sand. Come
yeah,
on, man.
I don't disagree with that. All I'm saying is, if you got to recognize qualities. That goes back to vetting. Recognize qualities and recognize faults. That could be a fault of a good quality, and which makes it worthwhile investing the time, energy to help that quality out. Vice versa, it could be a good quality that a woman doesn't, might not know how to do something that a woman is expected to do, but she knows how to do everything else. And if you're gonna sit there and say, you know what, she got to be perfect, that's kind of what we're saying. She got to be perfect. He got to be perfect for me, and that's where we fail often.
um, I mean, if that's how you want to look at it, I
Yeah,
don't
I hear you, Sean. But that perfect you talk about a man being able to express that he wants to keep
right.
a woman is basic. That's not perfect. That's just
Right.
basic.
That's just yeah.
Okay, okay.
It's-
Again, I'm not saying that it's not for some men, many men, but it's not for every man.
oh, okay. All right.
And just like a lot of men again disguise their bravado through their job, their accolades, their achievements, and act like, oh yeah, I'm the man, and be fronting.
That's the truth.
Anyway.
Well, that concludes.
Hey, Frank, you still talking to me, man? What,
You know how when we were younger, you used to get punches. That was just Frank giving you punches for your birthday.
I'm good, man. I'm good.
We're gonna end with
yeah. I'm not putting on the gloves, Frank. I'm not putting on the gloves, man.
No violence. No violence.
Let there be love.
end with final thoughts, and then we're gonna get out of here. We'll start with Coach Ferg, go over to Sean, our opinion, and we'll end with Frank.
I mean, it's a very interesting show. It took a nice little twist when the Panda Bear came. I mean, when Sean came up. It's a good show, man. I missed y'all last week. I was up in the mountains, but
yeah, I was gonna ask you at, man.
I was up in the mountains, man. I had to take the family off and get
nice.
away. So it was pretty nice. Had a nice Airbnb. I could sleep about 12 people. It was a cabin.
Oh, that's nice.
Up in the Tennessee mountains, but it was cool, man. I don't know, man. Yeah, if you ever get a chance, go off up in the stay in Pigeon Forge. Don't stay in Gatlinburg. Pigeon Forge is the spot. And I didn't know Tennessee was a cannabis-free state. Just for those who like to, embark in the earth medicine.
So even up in the woods, y'all couldn't get down, huh?
Got disappointed.
No. Well, okay. Well, I guess I said it wrong. It's a
okay.
No. It's one on every block. You go get your you can go get whatever you from Oreo to forbidden fruit.
Oh, man.
So that's what them say. That's what them shades are reflecting, huh?
Nah, man, the shades keep my eyes from drying looking at the screen. But
That's some cookies he was eating over there.
no, man, no, man,
Yeah,
no.
he's punching back on them damn things, man.
I hadn't eaten.
There
Listen, I
them
hadn't eaten all
shades
day.
eating. It's like,
Anyway,
damn,
I
Kosher,
hadn't
you only
eaten
can eat
all
one of
day,
those at
man.
a time,
I hadn't
man.
eaten all day.
You only can eat one of those at a time. He did ate 6, 7, 8 of the motherfuckers on here. Like,
No, I probably had about 12.
That's why he was so quiet over there.
I had about 12. But no, the topics, I hope those who are not in this situation or know somebody, just take, you're going to hear a lot of stupid stuff about men and women and how they move and don't move and what they know and don't know. Man, when you come into a spot in your life, man, just listen, man. You have to move with caution, move with discernment. But also have an open mind. Don't go into it already with your bias. If somebody's presenting themselves to you that appears to be honest, they're gonna show you. They ain't gonna spend 20 hours on the phone with you and then not show up. There's no way a woman to do that and not like you.
That's for sure.
But if you do, man, listen, don't listen to dudes or women that have been heartbroken 42 times and ain't no man, ain't shit, and ain't no man. You sometimes just gotta learn on your own. And even at that point, man, those things can be learning tools. I never took my past relationships and brought it into the new relationship. I wanted everybody to be different. I never said, you act like my old girlfriend. No. I wanted you to be like my mama where your ass can cook. If you can cook, we was good. You couldn't cook, you was on a time clock because you was fine. But if you can cook and you was fine, oh yeah, you was good. But again, man, there's no right or wrong answer. But today, in the modern smart world with all these smart dumbass people, just move with caution, man. Be careful. Ask a lot of questions. Don't assume anything. Don't go back like I should have. No, ask the question. And the question that they don't answer is your answer. Keep it moving. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, Coach Ferg. Sean, final thoughts?
Amen to what Coach Ferg said. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I mean, I tend to get triggered by just people expectations, which leads to their disappointments. And their expectations often is that they want everything that they want. And sometimes you don't get it immediately. Sometimes it's hidden, is the point that I was trying to make. And if you have a lot of these qualities that keep you on the phone, that the person is spending time with you and that they're investing into you, like you're investing into them, don't take it one way, like you're the only person investing. Understand that they're investing too. Now, do they have everything you want, or are they displaying everything you want? Maybe not. But instead of going to the internet, like the young lady did, go to that person and try to invest that quality into figuring out whether it's something deeper or whether it's that he's full of it or she's full of it. And you might have a better opportunity of getting what you want. What you want might be right in front of you, just not polished. What you want might be right in front of you, just disguised through pain, bitterness, hurt, or just misunderstanding, or just unknowing what to do or what not to do. But there are a lot of quality people that exist that get overlooked because they don't know how to do the basic things. And all I'm saying is, don't miss uh, the majority because they missing a basic thing. That because basic is basically easy to fix when you're both willing, mature enough to recognize that I too have some growing, I too have some fixing, I too have some things that you might be able to help me with, or I might be able to help you with. And yes, we're here to help each other, not one to help the other, or, although we tend to believe that the man is supposed to bring balance to the woman. Well, guess what? The woman also brings balance to the man. So all I'm saying is don't miss a good thing because they might be, because you're not seeing or recognizing all of those good things because you're honing in on that one bad thing.
Okay. Thank you, Sean. Thank you so much for being here. Our Pain, final thoughts?
That was a good show. Listen, the lady was looking for the guy 8 months. She's gonna have to. I think she needs to be more intentional with this guy. Maybe she has been, but she needs to go and tell him the shit will get off the pot. 8 months is a long time. She didn't look like she was that young. I don't know what she got going on, but I think if she doesn't say something, he'll string her on as long as she stays. That's what I got from her. As far as Ace, I mean, the only point that I would agree with him, women do. First of all, women should have options, and they do have options. I don't even know if that's a real question. Women have options, right? They might not like them, right? But they have options. Women, like, since they're hypergamous, I think a lot of time women forget that the higher you aim, the narrower the pool is. That's something that women need to come to grips with, especially if you're a well-to-do woman. That's number one. And number two is you got to be prepared to give up some shit for the kind of man you want. And you can't really date around for that to find out. If you see the guy you want and you want him back and you want to be in his circle, you can't be this boss, independent chick who wants a traditional man, but you don't want to be traditional yourself. That's just played out. As a matter of fact, more black men, which I'm proud of, they're starting to stand up and say, listen, you can't have me on your terms. I say this more than once. A man cannot, a woman, if a man accepts a woman on her terms, he's an idiot and he's bound to lose. He's an idiot and he's bound to lose. It's got to be on your terms. I mean, your terms got to be favorable to the woman, but she can't be dictating that shit. Like Travis Hunter and and his new girl, his new wife. That's a show right in itself. He's in, hopefully, God bless him. Let me just leave it there. Anyway, so that's all I have to say. It's a tough world out there, but I think women have options. I think the way they exercise them today is not the same way as they exercise them back in my day. If they did, I think the outcomes would be much better. Because as far as I'm concerned, when I hear women exercising their options, I think everything's on the table. I'll just leave it there.
All right, our Pain, thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me on.
Of course. Frank, final thoughts?
Y'all already know. Great conversation. Great topics. Great people. Just hope that everybody enjoyed it, and as much as we do, even though we talk shit, argue, like have our moments, but hope y'all enjoyed the show as much as we enjoy being up here. Yeah, man, good show tonight. Shout out to everybody. So not much, man. Great. I always love the topics when we come over here. Even just trying to figure out what it's gonna be just from the title, like wondering what, of course, maybe we might know what the end, the end video may be, or what, what it could be, or whatever, may know the main topic, but we don't know what's gonna make the whole show, like what this whole show was gonna be made up of. And we know you put a lot of hard work and effort into putting the shows together. And so we definitely appreciate you for doing that. We definitely appreciate you I definitely appreciate it. I know the other guys do too, but appreciate you for having us on the platform and everything like that. And so definitely want to give you your flowers and things like that. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the brothers on the panel. And yeah, shout out to you.
Thank you. Thank
We
you. Thank
love you, precious.
you. Oh, I love you guys too. Thank you guys for being here this evening. Another Wednesday evening in the books. I thought this was a great show. Thank you guys again. Thank you guys for being in the chat. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Girl, I'm right there with you. I gotta be up in a few hours too. But the things I do for y'all, so no, I enjoy this. I enjoy having these conversations. I enjoy the different perspectives. We just have to keep in mind that people are watching. And while most people are around our age, because I do look at the analytics and the people that do watch, we do have a young crowd who watches as well. So we always want to keep that in mind. The things that happened back in our day, or when we were, this such and such an age, just are not happening now. And so because they're not happening now, we have to be the the panelists who say, hey, look, this used to happen in my day. This doesn't happen now. I advise you to do X, Y, and Z. And I think that we do, a good job in between all the arguing and bickering and going back and forth with perspectives. I think that we, do a good job at that. I think we could do a better job at that, considering who our audience is and not assuming everyone is the same. We don't want to put everyone in a box, because everyone is not out here, doing the worst or behaving the worst or on the worst behavior. There are people out here who are trying to figure it out. There are people who are out here trying to get it right. And there are people out here who watch shows like this to see what we're going to talk about and to see if it, can rub off in their life in any way, shape, or form. So we want to always keep that in mind. I appreciate you guys for tapping in. I appreciate the chat for always holding us down, from the people who are tapped in from you guys' pages, as well as the people who come in and support the channel day in and day out, or week in and week out. I do appreciate the Cash App that I did receive. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And my final thoughts would be to really be real with yourself and what you want. I think things are so transactional nowadays that the true meaning of relationships, friendships, vetting, courting, all that stuff has been thrown out with the baby water. Like, I think, none of that stuff is truly being explored the way that it should be explored, or explored the way that it used to be explored, where things were literally just about getting to know, or being able to get to know who you are as a person. Right now is gimme what you got, what you got, can I have. And I think that when we are real with ourselves, because I say that all the time, when we're real with ourselves and we're able to kind of drown out the noise, especially with social media being a 24/7 open commodity, where people just have the access to just see the most craziest, profane things. A lot of people can't decipher what's good from what's bad, what they should be following, what they're mirroring their life after. You get a lot of people that come on social media and they share parts of their lives, and a lot of people are like, oh, I can relate to that, and sometimes it takes you down this this road that actually scares people into doing certain things, rather than liberates people and empowers people to be better for not only themselves but for the next generation. So definitely be honest with yourself, and if it doesn't align with what you want for yourself, let it go. And it might hurt, and it might be the best thing that ever happened to you, but it can't be the best thing if it's not aligning with what you say you want for your life. And I think that a lot of times that is our issue, especially women. You do not let it go when you should, when you have that intuition, when you know that it's something that you shouldn't involve yourself in, when you're trying to people please, when you're trying to have a transactional relationship and you just want something out of this man, but you should have stopped talking to him about a month or two ago. Those are the issues that we come that we have when we're not honest with ourselves. It's not about hurting someone else's feelings. Honestly, I don't think it's about hurting somebody else's feelings. I think it's about being real to the core of what you truly want and need in your life. And if the other person does not fit that description, then they gotta go. They just have to go. I don't care what they're doing for you. You're gonna have to do without. Again, it's a growing pain of life. And growing pains are not supposed to always feel good. They're supposed to teach you what you should and shouldn't be doing. So, as I always close out with saying, be real with yourself so you could be real with everyone else. You guys definitely share that with people that you know. When somebody comes to you and they are, I need advice, be real with yourself so you could be real with everybody else. Because if you're not going to be real with yourself, I can't even give you advice. I can't even share with you, some of the things that you should do, or the ways that you should go, because you're not even being real with yourself. We can't even have a real conversation. We can't even bring all the things to the table and be honest about what's really going on, what's really needed, what's really desired. If you can't do that, then we can't have a conversation. You have to talk to the panderers and all the other people that's trying to make you feel good about what you're going through, when really you just need to flush all that stuff out. You need to let it go. Like they said on Frozen. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Just let it go. And you'll see how your life gets more peaceful. You'll see how you're not worrying and trying to live up to a certain expectation for other people when you're not being real with yourself. So be real with yourself so you can be real with everyone else. And if you can't be real with yourself, go be real with a therapist or somebody else that's going to help you get the vocabulary and help train you to get the words out of your mouth, because nobody can read your mind, and don't nobody know what you're failing in, or what you're down, what your shortcomings are. Only you know that. That's
Sean.
That's a part of being real with yourself. So if you look, you can't always wait for somebody else to come and say, "Oh, I'll help you with that." No, you got to help yourself. Okay, encourage yourself, get help for yourself, because that's how you become a better you. So you can actually get the best option, or options. That's what we were talking about, right? Options out here. So you got to be the best you so you get the best options. And maybe you won't have to vet so many people, and maybe you won't have to, talk to so many people to get where you want to be. You'll just be able to see certain things and be able to feel out certain things by certain conversations and mannerisms and things that people use. But we have to be real with ourselves. And that goes from the youngest of ages to the oldest of ages. It doesn't change. You're not real with yourself, you can't be real with anyone else. So I appreciate you guys. We're going to get up out of here. Happy Thursday. Enjoy your weekend. And we will see you next week. Same place, same time. Good night.
All right, Frank. I heard them shots fired.